Morning, everybody. Welcome to day two. I guess I should speak a little bit quieter, just for some of you who were out a little bit late last night. Not that anybody stayed out too late, right? Well, again, welcome to day two. Yesterday was a lot of fun. Really enthusiastic about today, and very enthusiastic about this group. This is a group of individuals who I highly esteem, and I'm quite confident that they're going to deliver an outstanding session today. So I'm going to start by introducing George, and allow George to introduce his panel. Everybody welcome George. George is with Blanco. I've known him for a number of years. He does a phenomenal job of facilitating these kinds of events. George, the mic is yours and the session is yours.
Thank you. Welcome. Wow, we got a lot more people than I thought on day two at 9 a.m. I'm not going to lie. I thought there was going to be like 4 people, but I appreciate you guys all coming out. This is, he's actually counting.
I did. There's 20 people.
Wow.
Wow, we give a standing ovation for that.
Just in case you guys are not aware, this is enterprise mobility. Just want to make sure you're at the right session. We're good? Okay.
Don't tell them, they might leave.
Oh, yeah. He was telling us a story about that yesterday. So my name is George Abdelmalak. I actually work for Blanco. I'm a national account manager for Blanco. If you don't know what Blanco is, we do data erasure and diagnostics for mobile devices and PC and MacBooks. We are a very well-known brand. I'm sure most of you have used us or worked with us. We also, at Blanco, are probably one of the only service providers for processors that also do enterprise solutions and erasures for companies' assets, network, decommissioning their assets as well. So we have a lot of experience with that, and I've asked my panelists here to come on board and go through it. I'm going to introduce each one of them, and they're going to tell you a little bit brief background on themselves, and then we'll get started. Rona Allen.
Hi, I'm Ramona Allen.
There.
Okay, I'm Ramona Allen. I currently am just recently transferred out of Verizon Wireless. I was in the monetization, director of monetization and sustainability. I handle, of course, the wholesale, CPO, and recycling aspects for Verizon for over 10 years. I was with them for 23. I recently just took a job move to work for Solomon, who is in the wireless industry as well, who has quite a different avenues in business, and obviously I'm excited about my new adventures of creating a reverse logistics operations there.
Welcome. Josh.
Is it not working? There you go.
Huh?
That worked.
Sorry, I'll keep it from here.
So good morning, everybody. I'm Josh Beasley, jack of all trades, master of none. I'm a partner at both Early Upgrade, which is a R2V3 and NAID AAA certified recycler based out of Jacksonville, Florida. I'm also a partner in Quick Ship Brands, which is a direct-to-consumer remarketing specialist based out of Phoenix, Arizona. And I'm a board advisor to Selby, which is a wholesale B2B platform for smartphones and tablets. You might be thinking, how do those 3 things fit together? Well, Quick Ship on the high-value remarketing side tends to pick up CPO, open box, and graded inventory that we move through Marketplace. Selby is a wholesale platform for the things that fall outside of that B2C criteria. And then similarly with Early Upgrade, we can then take in any salvage that we process in downstream, whether it's whole units, parts, or simply accessory reclamation. So all fits together very nicely.
Very good. Chris?
Fantastic. Yeah, Chris Whitaker, kind of here wearing 2 hats. I'm with Intelisys, which is a technology services distributor. So instead of having warehouses of hardware and gear, we have services, all kind of connectivity, several hundred different of what you would consider, national, some international, including Vodafone and Pure Talk, and of course all the major wireless carriers. So we really in the activation business, subscription business, to service a lot of these devices that we're talking about today. And in addition, I'm also the host of the Wireless Way podcast. If you're not a listener, I'd love to have you on. We talk about all things wireless, including microwave and satellite and LoRaWAN and IoT. And looking forward to this conversation today of how all that impacts enterprise businesses.
Great. Luke?
Hey, I'm Luke Brown. I'm the Director of Business Development for Conversa Solutions. We're a hardware reseller, so reselling phones, tablets, gateways, routers, things like that. But the company started out as an engineering firm, so we developed our own mobile device management solution, which is how you remotely manage and kiosk those devices. And I'm out of Middleburg, Florida, so not too far from here.
Great. Welcome to all of you guys. Thank you guys for coming. Our panel today will be going over essentially what the ecosystem of enterprise mobility would be. From supplying the phones to an enterprise, to managing the devices while in the enterprise ecosystem, to then taking it out of that, recycling it, and then reselling it, right? We're going to start really with, I'd like to start with Chris in terms of your selling of the enterprise devices. I'd like to understand from your view, what are you seeing in enterprise today, and how do you, go after that business and manage to selling them the services that you do?
Yeah, I tell you, it's evolving, and it does change from month to month, it seems, especially after some conversations I had yesterday. A lot of great conversations on the floor. But yeah, our partners, we have about 10,000 partners across the country, and they're bringing us all types of business, from SMB to more and more enterprise. There's this device sprawl issue. More and more enterprise companies, it's more than just a smartphone. It's more than just a tablet. There's Clover, there's Zebra, Toast devices in quick serve restaurants and retail. There's so many devices that they're struggling, and that's why I tell partners that they need help. They need our help, and to educate them and help them with managed services, because a lot of these companies, their IT staff doesn't know how to handle these things properly. And then you got the whole expense side of it. The expense of not only the devices but the connectivity, and devices with no usage, and people in the wrong data plan. So still a lot of work to be done in just educating enterprise leaders and IT leaders and finance leaders on the right way to do it. A lot of them just don't know there's a better way, and that's what I'm still surprised when I talk to large, whether it be a Fortune 1000 or a Fortune 500 company, and they're still kind of doing it the old way, and they don't know there's a better way. So it's just about educating them. Again, we have great partnerships. I have my friends from AT&T here in the audience, so thanks for coming. But we, provide as frictionless possible path for enterprises to get connectivity and have options and save money and manage their assets as well as their expenses.
Great. And what kind of traction in terms of solutions are being purchased right now? What are some of the more popular solutions that you see are needed in the market?
Yeah, goes without saying, connectivity. None of these devices are really that beneficial if you don't have connectivity. So connectivity first, and then that expense management. And talking with Luke here, MDM is huge. Cybersecurity is such a buzzword in the industry. For a lot of folks, if you're not, looking at the whole tech stack, that's a miss. There's more and more cross-selling over different technologies now. You used to get away with just, knowing one type of technology, but everything touches everything now. And of course, everything touches connectivity. So outside the connectivity piece, other areas we're seeing a big increase on is that whole managed mobility services and the staging and kitting, the whole life cycle, which is why I'm here today, because I'm realizing in my industry, in my ecosystem, we've kind of been, not given the proper attention to that secondary device market and that device end of life. And, I talk to businesses almost every week, we have a pallet of old devices going back 5, 6, 7, 8 years, don't know what to do with them. So I know what they need to do with them now. So
why do you think they keep those pallets or store? Is it because they're looking for it to be a backup for their devices? Is it they're afraid of the data that's on them? Is it that they don't know what to do with them?
All the above, but the top two are we have data on there and we don't know how to get them off, which, it's like, wow, you're in IT, do a Google search. You can probably figure it out. I'm sure there's people who can help you. And also, they're concerned of, toxic metals or precious metals. They just don't know what to do with them, and it's not a high priority. And by the way, a lot of these large enterprise companies, they got these devices, for free or for 99 cents. We're doing a 1-year contract. So in their mind, they don't perceive it as valuable to anybody.
Got it.
But once we educate them on it, and about half of them are like, okay, we'll go for it, and the other half are still reluctant, which is puzzling to me.
Great. And look, just from an MDM standpoint, what are some of the struggles that you are seeing in the enterprise market now in terms of what they're looking for from an MDM? What is an MDM for them? Why do they want it or need it?
That's a good question. So, a lot of times an MDM, especially in the beginning, which again, that's a mobile device management, and they have all different acronyms for it, EMM and UMM and all this kind of stuff. But basically, when it first came out, they kind of used MDMs just to lock down devices for employees, just to keep it from accessing Facebook or Instagram, those types of things. And then you saw it merge into using an MDM to kiosk devices like you see at restaurants for the menu and things like that, so where it's just a one-purpose type of thing. The big shift is where now I've seen more. It's definitely getting bigger with mobile devices and tablets to where they're depending on those more than even laptops nowadays, and they're really needing an MDM to be more flexible. So that's one of the things we've kind of keyed in on. Like we've have a customer that's in the healthcare vertical, and they needed an MDM that could actually help them control like the font sizes, colors, the sounds, application locations, and things like that, because they have hearing impaired, customers. So that's the kind of the biggest thing now is you're seeing them needing it a lot more than just saying we just want to lock it down so they can't access these types of applications. Now it's we really need it to work for us and help us achieve what we're trying to do, depending on what that vertical is.
So you were saying something about, like the volume in the enterprise channels now being more mobile-centric than it is PC. Could you go into that a little bit more? Because I think there's a misconception that with enterprise, it's still more PCs because that's what everybody gets.
Yeah.
But I think that that's shifting, and I kind of wanted to go in that a little bit more.
Yeah, we're definitely see that shift. I mean, especially, you see it everywhere. In hospitals, everything is handing you a tablet or handing you a device. You go into the big stores like Walmart and all that, now they're issuing devices to all employees. And then even in public safety and first responders, they're wanting their officers to be more mobile. They don't want to have to carry around a heavy, rugged laptop. So you're starting to see actually OEMs where they're creating dummy shells of a laptop, so where basically they can just put in their cell phone or put in, into the laptop, and now it's just a screen, and the device is actually the computer. So that's how we're seeing it, is a lot more now they're just getting away from the laptops, and they're needing to be mobile and quick and things like that.
And Ramon, maybe from your days of Verizon, you can kind of answer like what you've seen over the last maybe 5-10 years in terms of mobility versus PCs and enterprise and the connectivity.
Yeah, so that's actually been a very increased. So we got to think back about 10 years ago. It wasn't as big of a concern that we were seeing in regards to our trade-ins, because once we started the trade-in program, one of the biggest concerns we were seeing was that these devices were falling into a lot of restrictions, because obviously your MDM, when they're on trade-ins, you find a lot of people are considering them, well, they're just scrap. You have to dispose of them in the proper way, and we were starting to see that it was causing more of a waste. And we were, so about just before COVID, we came up with other opportunities to work through. One was to go through our IT, like our business development teams, and try to see if we can work through the IT departments. So I think the cohesiveness of working with the businesses that you're working with to confirm that their IT resources understand that decommissioning it within their systems was a priority, or needs to be a priority. But making sure that you have the right clearing tools that detect that type of problems or solutions. So that's why there's many different solutions out there, Blanco of course being one, that is showing that you have an issue, or that MDM is locked within your facility. So really creating an operations that's focused around capturing those types of devices, and then being able to come up with a circular plan for it. So I think it's very important for every business that goes into, of course, the business enterprise, to have a circular type of plan around that device. So one, you want to try to figure out a plan on how to reuse that device, of course, so you can get that to get the monetary aspect of it. You want to get that back into the new state without an MDM attachment. So when all failed attempts, it's making sure that you take then at that point opportunities. The parts are probably so valuable. So Verizon, of course, I built a program where we would do part harvesting and use those parts, so that we were looking at reusing and repurposing, and then of course proper disposal. So R2V2, well, the R2V3 type things require responsible.
Erasure.
And it's requirement because of the sensitivity towards the matters of what is the purpose for MDM.
Sure.
So you want to make sure that you have that circular aspect built. So we built that aspect to make sure, but of course recovery is the first, the best possible success for an outcome for any business. So making sure you have good partnerships with the IT resources of the businesses you're pulling that from, making sure there's an understanding with the MDM of what that's going to look like as you're taking those devices at trade-in. So if you can get at that point, that's your most successful aspect.
Yeah.
It is challenging for a carrier to have to go back to those businesses because those businesses now have those devices at that time. They're really, that's at that point, they're more concerned about their new device rather than their old device. So when you're taking trade-ins or you're working through the trade-in process, trying to be more upfront and honest with the business that is a, almost
Part of
a
the-
requirement,
part of the-
part of
yeah.
the requirement. So,
Part of the deal of like upgrading.
of
or whatever,
upgrading, yeah.
So with the upgrading, right, because as carriers are trying to get those devices out and they're trying to sell, how do they attract businesses to, circumvent like BYOD or things of that nature, right? So I know that BYOD is a big kind of question mark
Yeah.
within enterprise and how that crosses over with MDM. We'll get back to that in a little bit, but that's always one of the questions I've always wondered. How does a carrier kind of attract the customer to say, no, we'll give you our own devices?
It's important to track the history of your device. So using systems and tools that will allow you to show that circularity to make sure that you can understand. Clearing tools, of course, a lot of clearing tools do have the standpoint of like what that history of that device has and its progress through. So BYD is very one of those things that is growing. A lot of people are bringing their own devices and they're looking for cheaper options. So the resale, especially on the resale side. So it is very important to make sure you're tracking it with tools and opportunities that are available to continue that lifespan. So you can operationalize it,
Yeah.
make sure that you have plans for it.
Yeah, I think BYOD is one of those things that we kind of always think everybody's going to bring in their own device, and then we don't really realize that there's so many other devices that the company will give you for whatever reason that might be kiosk for a single purpose use and that they're still recyclable and usable, right? Just from your ESG kind of background and how that works, what is the priority for some of the enterprises that you've dealt with in terms of ESG and being, socially responsible, and how does that come into play with what they do with the devices and the pallets of phones that Chris was kind of talking about?
Yeah, it's really important to make sure you're thinking about that circularity aspect. So making sure that you're dealing with R2, V3 suppliers that have that downstream, that you have that transparency reporting, and it's really important to capture certified suppliers that will make sure that they're responsibly, their downstream is responsible about that type of product. So it's really important to make sure that that's built in.
Yeah, but are enterprises, is that a priority for them? Is that something that they're looking for, or is that something that when you're going to talk to them, you're saying you really need to be responsible? I'm just trying to get an idea.
It is on our side. It is a requirement.
Okay.
At least speaking on behalf of the Verizon side, it is a requirement to make sure that social responsibility is factored in. It is definitely, I can't speak for other carriers, but it is definitely one of the biggest factors is making sure that any type of reselling aspect has that responsible aspect.
Very cool. Josh, from just kind of the phone's done, we got to take that phone out, or we got to go get it from an enterprise. What is some of the things that you look for, or how you attract enterprise customers in terms of processing or recycling through your three services that you were talking about, right? Whether it's Selby or Quick Ship or Early Upgrade.
Well, I think it starts with understanding what devices are within the enterprise portfolio. Because to your point before, Chris, these enterprises are using phones, tablets, laptops, accessories, screens, you name it. There's all these types of goods. And you've really got to think about the recovery operation from where it originates. And with today's world being so remote, we're now in a position where you're not collecting bulk assets from one centralized location. You're literally sending packages out to an employee's house and putting the responsibility on them to package it up and send it in. Now, you can imagine when it comes to enterprise recovery, you send boxes to so many employees and you might get 50% back on the first port of call. And it's an expensive operation, sending out boxes and managing the communication and that whole return process, but that's where it begins. And I think there's a huge amount of education for all of us in this room to push out there in the market to really inform people on the assets they have and what they need going forward. I was speaking to a very large enterprise 2 weeks back, and the person there was very senior, been there for 10 years, And he told me very openly that he had his previous 3 laptops from his role sat in his home office that had been there for the last decade, right? And you think about that, there's a huge amount of value being left on the table there.
Yeah.
But more so, there's a huge amount of data on those PCs that are proprietary to the organization. And how should that be handled? Well, it's got to be erased or it's got to be destroyed. So you need to have a responsible downstream partner working with you to support the recovery, to ensure that data is being sanitized correctly, and there's a lot of players out there who are not following those good practices, and ultimately a lot of value being lost as a result. So one thing that I would encourage any enterprise to do when you're looking at your corporate portfolio is, number one, determine what you really need, right? A lot of employees, a lot of us in this room do not need the latest gen, top spec hardware. You just don't. There's lots of great CPO or refurbished alternatives that we could, provide to our employee base that are perfectly good devices that cost us a fraction of the price of new. So I think you've really got to think about what you need, but also at the time of purchase, you really need to think about what you're doing with that device when you no longer need it. And no one likes to think of that at the point of purchase. It's about what do I need here and now. Whereas actually when you think about the cost of usership, you've got to think about what happens when I no longer need this product.
Sure.
And you know that when you're looking at like a phone, for example, 3 to 5 years down the line, there's still a decent residual there.
Yeah.
And I think one thing with enterprise devices, the quality of product that you see upon the point of return is actually much greater than what we see in consumer channels. So again, there's a huge amount of value, but there's also a huge amount of risk that we need to think about when it comes to enterprise recovery that simply isn't thought about today.
So, what would you say are the biggest barriers to the end-of-use, resale for enterprise today? And just to kick you off with that, I know that one of the things that we get pushback on is, we just want to destroy it. We're so afraid of this data ever getting out or whatever the case is. So, and I feel that there's kind of a couple paths for an enterprise, end of life of device. But one of them is either the money's not worth it to us, or we want to just destroy it, or we're just going to hold on to it in case we need to use it again. So what are some of the barriers that you're seeing, and is it the same as what I'm mentioning?
Yeah, it goes back to awareness, right? Because you talk about data destruction, and like at Early Upgrade, we get pallets upon pallets of devices that have come from organizations who think that the only path for those devices is to have them destroyed. There's a lack of awareness around tools like Blanco. Like we in this room, we all understand what Blanco is, what it does.
Blanco's great, by the way.
But you speak to like a layman consumer, and that's the way we need to communicate about these things. It's in layman's terms. A lot of people don't understand that these tools exist. So if you could explain to somebody that you can systematically erase a product to the point where it's encrypted beyond reconstruction, I'm sure they'd be more than happy to have them wiped and downstreamed and to recoup the value on the back of it.
Yeah.
Second thing to think about is, unfortunately, there's still a lot of bad actors in the space who will go to an enterprise and say, hey, yeah, I'll send a truck to pick up all your stuff. I'll do it for free.
Yeah.
Well, I bet you will if you're picking up, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars worth of assets. So there's an education piece, and then there's a proponent where we need to work as an industry to eradicate the bad actors and bad practices from what we're doing. So that's a first and foremost thing, which is an education piece. Secondly, I think, again, it goes back to understanding what an organization really needs versus what they think they need. And I think, again, commercial conflicts of interest really drive, what companies are doing today, and what we need to think about is more what people need versus what they perceive they need. Yeah. And then services-wise, companies need those white glove solutions to support employees who are remote, to support, huge office locations that they have where there's consolidated collection points. All of that needs to be factored in. And then when it comes to downstreaming, there needs to be transparency from the downstream partners about what they've received. Because, like I said, at Early Upgrade, we get pallets upon pallets of stuff that people think is scrap. And you're able to find devices in there that are worth hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, if they're appropriately downstreamed. And going back to the example of what I do day to day, Quick Ship is a high-value remarketing business. There's plenty of product that we can get from enterprise that can go back into those consumer channels where you can achieve a significant resale value. Moving beyond that, there's product that can go into wholesale channels, again, where value recuperation is strong. And then at the true end of life, where there is limited value recovery in a product, or if there's a need for mandated destruction, there's recycling. Yeah. And I think, going back to the first point I made around education, we don't share these things with enterprises. A lot of the conversation is, oh, you want to refresh your fleet of devices, here's what we can offer you. No one educates people on the value recuperation and the cost saving and all the services that we can deliver at end of life.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting you bring that up because one of the key initiatives for us has been education, and that education is one on the different types of erasure, right? I mean, most people think there's factory reset or, you know, maybe there's a NIST, but we actually have 17 different versions of erasure, right? And we can erase anything from, to Josh's point, where it's cottage cheese at the end and there's no recognizable memory in there at all, right? But they don't understand that. They just, most people that we talk to think, oh, what are you going to do, factory reset? And so knowing that you can do more than just a factory reset as you're talking to enterprise customers is important. And then secondly, what that value is, what's the recovery, what should they be getting, because it's part of the financial cycle of a device and how they manage that, right? So, you know, one of the things that we were talking about is how to optimize tech spend, right? And you want to kind of go into that part of it?
Yeah, and I think the whole end-of-life piece, I hate to call it end-of-life because it's not, right? The end of a use cycle within an enterprise, there's still a huge amount of value to be recouped, and that can act as a huge offset to the cost of new hardware or new airtime or whatever it may be. So I think, again, when it comes to recuperation, it's important to understand what products belong in which of the funnels I mentioned before, whether it's consumer remarketing, wholesale, or recycling. So that's a huge proponent of it. I think the second thing to know at the point of return is understanding, again, what products are coming back and looking at redeployment as a viable option for reuse. Like a lot of enterprises bring products back and they just downstream them because the first user who had that product is done with it. Whereas actually, to your point, George, you could do a software wipe and you could redeploy that asset with another employee. And I think that's often overlooked. You know, quite often we think, let's get a piece of hardware and use it once for one employee and then be done with it. So I think when we're thinking about downstreaming, there's so many options that we need to consider that simply aren't on the table today. It's just a case of get it off the books as quickly as possible, ensure that it's data wiped, and that's it.
No, and that's a great point. You know, Chris, back to what you were talking about with some of the customers that you talk to that have pallets that don't know what they're doing with it. You know, when it comes to the secondary device market, what are the opportunities you see for, you know, some of the people that are in this room?
You know, kind of go back to the MDM conversation. I think it's a non-negotiable. I mean, if you're in business and you're having corporate data on your device, you're taking credit card payments, you have customer private information on, you have access to the CRM. I'm still amazed. At least half the companies I talk to have either no MDM or have no one managing the MDM. You know, checking the box is not the same thing as have a proper strategy, right? Yeah. And you asked too about why they have these pallets. One point I forgot to mention. It seems like about every second or third time this conversation comes up, the IT manager goes, well, yeah, when they turned in the phone, I didn't get the PIN number or the password, so I can't get into it. But if they had a proper MDM on it, they could overwrite it and reset the phone. So I think that's, again, it's just a non-negotiable. I mean, there's many, many reasons why a good MDM strategy is just imperative for that. But connectivity, I mean, that's going back to the opportunities. I think, again, talking to a lot of folks yesterday and looking forward to conversations today, I'm actually kind of going around the showroom floor trying to do some little pop-up interviews, and I'm grateful for those that have been a part of that. Hope I can talk to some of you today. But that connectivity piece, you know, if you want to grow your business, you want to double-digit increase your revenue, you either got to do a lot more of what you're doing today, or you could just add another element to that and just let your customer base know, hey, if you need help with activations or you need either a single SIM or a second SIM for a device. I mean, a lot of these devices now have multiple eSIM slots, and I'm seeing more and more of that too. And the whole BYOD conversation is kind of evolving and changing, even with the MDM environment on that. I was talking to a customer, it was a defense contractor, and he said, all of his subcontractors, if you're going to work for me, you can bring your own phone, but you're going to download this MDM. So I can, you know, lock out your phone and containerize the apps. You know, so you can still do your own thing on your own phone, but if you're going to use any of the apps for my business, you're going to use it through this MDM. So there's definitely opportunities to kind of land and expand, as we like to say. You know, doing what you do, keep doing it well. But if you want to grow your business, grow the revenue, and add more value to your customer base, and be more sticky, that I think, you know, looking at all the other areas that you can add services in, that's the way to go. Because for those that I talk to, they say, we don't do connectivity. I'm like, well, what do you tell do you ever have customers ask? Oh yeah, they ask. I refer them to someone else. And again, that's really nice, and I'm sure that other supplier appreciates that. But you know, there is an ecosystem where you can get compensated for that and not do much more than refer them to somebody and still get paid.
That's good. That great point. Luke, you know, just kind of going back to this whole MDM kind of comes up to managing the device and how that affects the end of life or end of use, right? I think we're going to start calling that thanks to Josh. So what are you seeing in the next 5-10 years in terms of managed devices and services, and you know, how do you see that affecting the life cycle of a device?
Well, I mean, there's so many things with that. So, like they discussed earlier with the BYODs, you know, again, you can containerize those applications to where there's no data being collected on your personal device, but it just has a way of, you know, containerizing the applications for your job, and then, you know, they can take that off by just simply removing the license key. But as far as 5 to 10 years, I mean, one of the biggest things we're having to do is simplify things for like MSPs, you know, creating a very simple to use template that they can just kind of put across all the devices, and that way everything's quick and easy for all their different projects that they may have. We've also had to look into the large language model for AI, and that's so that we can develop, you know, to where the customer can actually use AI, especially a non-technical person can use AI to create their projects for the MDM. So, you know, they don't have to have any IT experience or whatever, they're just using AI to actually create their project. So that's kind of the direction we're now having to go in with AI, you know, making such a huge impact.
Are you seeing AI causing a large refresh or upgrade in the models that they have? Like, you know, is the new AI tools so heavy that they need a new device, or is it kind of like staying in the same device and it's okay?
Yeah, not necessarily, because a lot of those AI programs are just applications, so you can use that on any device, or, you know, and they all have their different versions of AI. So no, I don't think you need, you know, different devices or upgraded devices. Of course, that's kind of how they pitch it, is like this one's got, you know, the newest AI solution, but no, you definitely don't need that.
Just from a maybe speed, processing kind of speed. Ramona, just from your experience, your current experience and past life at Verizon, what are you seeing in terms of the upgrade cycle of devices in enterprise, right? I mean, is it the same as consumer, or is it a little bit different? Do they hold on to their phones longer, less time? Because I think that's a big thing to know what the refresh rate is for these devices.
Yeah, for processing, so currently we've been seeing definitely an upswing for MDM. MDM is one of the common things we're seeing. And you're starting to see, it's not just MDM, you're seeing a lot of other opportunities that are having lock opportunities that other businesses are trying to implement, and that causes, or even, you know, you see locks for, you know, even the cell phone, like the OEM carriers are also having a lot of locks. So one of the big solutions is always trying to identify what you can do at the very beginning of the path and create the solutions out. Continuing a process, especially in, you can see in the operations as you're building operations for any type of business, is making sure that you have a solution for all of those type of opportunities. MDM has definitely increased over the years. Everyone's, in regards to security, in regards to, you know, everyone gets text messages and all this stuff. They're trying to protect you. Your business is doing everything they can to protect you. And so those MDM locks are definitely more prevalent within our trade-ins. Especially because of bring your own device. You know, if you're bringing your own device, a lot of these companies are allowing that. A lot of people want to only have one phone. It is really one of those concerns that you can see that is growing on the trade-in side. But having those solutions in place, making sure you're working through a complete process from front end to back end to have that complete circular will allow you to get the best return on your investment. We recovered millions of dollars worth of devices based on working on those programs and projects to get the best recovery, because your best options, of course, is to get the phone back into reusable condition. So if you have the right process and the tools in place, you will be able to go ahead and recover that instead of looking at that end of cycle aspect outlook that I think we've had years ago.
Yeah.
So changing that mindset, making sure that you're just prepared. You know, the one thing that we can always say is everything will change every day, and being prepared for those changes, and being able to come up with solutions.
That's
and there's
great.
lots of solutions that we have out there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Josh, just from your kind of experience with some of your past lives that I've known you at in terms of working with carriers and working with trade-in programs and looking at that, what are some of the similarities that you see between enterprise and C to C or C to B, I guess, back, right? And what are how long do these devices stay kind of active before a company is looking to move away from them or end of use them?
Well, I think in terms of similarities, the first thing to point out is these enterprise devices are typically all devices we have in our homes, right? So it's the same things that we as consumers are using in our personal lives. So in terms of the product mix, it's very similar to what we see. But again, going into the processes and things that are involved in enterprise asset management, there's a very different process required at the point of remarketing. So you've got the MDM point, you've got locks and encumbrances, and with that, I'd say with enterprise, there's a lot more personal responsibility and accountability that we need people to take for management of those devices that we simply don't see today. I mean, I used to run enterprise take-back on some pretty large programs here in the US, and the amount of product we would get back that would come in with pin locks, MDM locks still being active, and you would have those products sat on a shelf in some cases for months, quarters, worst case years. And I think as enterprises, we need to put more. First and foremost, it starts with educating people, saying these are the devices we're providing you with, here's what we need you to do with them. But secondly, there's a piece of responsibility and accountability we need employees to take when it comes to returning these products. Because you imagine, take an iPhone for example, if you're recovering an iPhone today and you're not able to remarket it for 9 months because there's a lock or encumbrance on a device that is beholden to the employee or the organization, there's a huge amount of residual value depreciation that happens in that window. So I think from a consumer standpoint, there's a lot of awareness around trade-in and what you need to do in order to trade in a device and upgrade. But I think with enterprise, because of some of the complexities, we're almost scared to market those to employees at the threat of overwhelming them. Whereas what we need to do is start with education, apportion responsibility and accountability, and communicate in a really simple way around what the expectation is. Because I think, as soon as a general consumer hears lock, encumbrance, MDM, the head starts spinning because they don't know what they are. I mean, pin lock, pretty simple, but MDM, how many end consumers really know what an MDM is? Yeah. And I think even when you look at some of the downstreamers, a lot of downstreamers don't handle MDMs properly either. People do a software wipe and they think that's it. Yeah. They don't understand that you actually have to disassociate a device from an MDM in order to properly downstream it. The amount of devices that I've seen come back that have been locked to an enterprise, that had the device 2-3 years ago is insane.
Yeah.
So for me, I think there's 3 things I'd take away. It starts with education, then it's responsibility and accountability, and simple communications, which I don't think that latter part we do as an industry very well, because we speak in industry terminology, and we need to put it in layman's terms.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that we actually see from Blanco's side as well, is that we'll see customers that don't check for MDM, right? So they'll do diagnostics, they'll do erasure, and they won't check for MDM, and then they wonder why the phone isn't working properly, right? So knowing that you should have all these checks and do it, we've spoken to some people that do things manually, and they're always going to miss an MDM because it's not being checked, right? So there's a lot of advantages to making sure that you have the right tools and solutions to do it. All right, just kind of from a time perspective, I'd like to open it up to any questions. I know you guys have all been sitting at the edge of your seats wanting to ask these people some questions, right? So I'm going to open it up and see if there's any questions out there. Thank you, sir. Right back there? Oh, no, he's walking away. You, sir. We didn't plan that one at all, huh? That's okay.
Thanks, Jason Smith, GSMA. In terms of MDM lock status, how accessible is that so that if you're trying to buy handled devices, can you actually see if an MDM is enabled on a device? How does that work?
Yeah, you should be able to see. It should say, powered by, or this device is being monitored by. So yeah, there should be.
Not the device, not the person that has the device. Somebody's about to trade it in. This is remotely. Can you access that information in any way from those that have enabled the MDM lock?
As far as remotely, I guess if they've turned it in, yeah, when you go to factory reset it, it'll be a part of the setup wizard. There'll be some EULAs there. that you'll start to see where it's all these, you know, all your information is being basically watched and monitored by such and such. So yeah, that's pretty much the easiest.
I think he's asking.
But
can
the
you-
original organization would have to disable it, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would actually have to remove the IMEI out of the actual dashboard.
Yeah,
of
but
the-
are you asking? Can you just check based on an IMEI remotely? Yeah. I think what he's asking is there like a data bank for like registered MDMs, and the answer is no, because MDMs kind of
Yeah.
either they can come from a particular company, or they
Yeah.
could be for a particular company, or they could be written in some part of the phone that it is not registering. So unless you're running a hardware actual set test, it's very difficult to tell. It's not like something that is registered on GSX where you can go, okay, this one's an MDM. Some are. Not saying that they aren't. I'm just saying MDMs are one of those things that are jack of all trades. It could be, you know, as elaborate or as simple as possible. So
The only organization who can really tell you about the presence of the MDM is the organization who's deploying the MDM. They can see all the devices that they have enrolled, but the problem is, from a remarketing standpoint, we don't really see any of that until we have the device in our physical possession. And then you've got to go back upstream, find an end, you know, employee in some cases and ask them to remove a password, or go back to an IT manager and ask them to disown a device from the MDM. A lot of them still do a temporary removal. And the problem with that is you'll then go through the process with the device, you'll reset it, you'll flash it, and then as soon as it connects to Wi-Fi again, ping, it reconnects to the MDM. So again, there's some big gaps there. If we could do some form of upfront triage, Jason, to your point, where we can detect the presence of an MDM, I think it'd help a lot. Because then you can communicate very clearly to that organization what they need to do to remove it, versus all the back and forth that we tend to have today.
also, I mean, even with that, it's not, there's going to be outliers, right? Like if somebody's trading in a device that they was a BYOD, that they had an MDM put on from their company, and then they went to trade it in at a carrier store, and the carrier store has a tool that runs it, it might not show up, and then to Josh's point, it gets reflashed, and then it reappears, right? So we do everything we can from a solutions provider to be able to detect those, but there's some really sneaky MDMs, right? Like just kind of how, and it's all his fault, but
No. So we actually do get emails, you know, quite often where the company where it came from, especially from, it seems like we get a lot from schools where they don't have, that particular school didn't set up like geofencing or whatever to make sure that they can see when the device has left the area. So you get students or you get whoever that kind of takes those devices home, they sell it to someone else, and then we get an email saying, hey, how do I get this thing off my phone, you know, type of thing. So then we have to go in and remove that IMEI, but that's where we're seeing it a lot, is just from people getting it from secondary sources, and then that's the only, you know, that's really the biggest time that we see that.
Any other questions?
Hey guys, can y'all hear me? Okay. So one of the biggest things I see when I'm working with partners who have enterprise business, not really SMB, but more of the large business, is that when, let's say it's a large retailer, okay? When they exit their employees, the MDM's not an issue. They can take that off the device. But what they fail to do is when their HR is handling the exit, it's not a step in the process to remove the OEM cloud lock. So then you've got a device with a disgruntled employee that's left because they've been termed and unable to unlock the device. And so I know there's a couple of companies looking at how to fix that, but I'm seeing stats in the 15 to 20% range in those enterprises because the phones are FMIP locked or whatever, right? And the inability to really resell it for its true value because it may be a new phone because there's really not someone at the administrative office and HR in charge of saying, oh yeah, I need to get that, need you to unlock your phone before you leave, you know? So how are y'all dealing with that today, and do you see some things on the horizon that can resolve that so that those phones do gain that extra value?
Ooh, that's good. You know, again, the problem that we really just ran into, I mean, that we keep running into is like what you just mentioned, where a person leaves and they just take the device and HR or whoever didn't remove that IMEI off the dashboard. But as far as how do you prevent that, man, yeah, okay, go
Yeah,
Chris.
I have some solutions for that. Some of the suppliers I work with have an asset management, portal, if you will, the API into the carriers. They can also API into the HR data system as well as the company's ticketing system. So when a employee is either, resigning or terminating, retiring, the ticket's created, hey, we need to deactivate this user login from the network. It creates a ticket. It goes to the mobility management, and we'll deactivate the MDM and even either suspend or close, turn off the activation for that SIM. So there are great tools to help large organizations, and because that's a big problem. I mean, that onboarding, offboarding, not many companies are doing it well unless you have some type of managed mobility service. And these same companies do help desk, level 1 and 2, where they help the end user with, can't connect to the Wi-Fi, I forgot my password, or it's, I'm going to Europe next week and I need to ensure that I have the right, international plan. In fact, there's even some AI that will detect when a call is made in Europe and you're a US-based user, it will automatically just add that to the data plan for that billing cycle month. So there's a lot of cool automation and managed services. And again, that's another area I think for all of us, to take heed of, another revenue opportunity. So there's a lot of money in the devices, but there's also a lot of money in the managed services and the actual connectivity and activation. Does that help?
But I think, Chris, to your point, it's one thing to manage enterprise-driven apps and locks. It's another thing when you get an employee who puts their personal Apple ID on a phone, for example. And that's where I come back to the point around responsibility. I think we need to educate people on what they need to do when they're returning a device. But if someone genuinely returns a device that has their account on it, and you make repeated attempts to get them to remove it, I think it's perfectly fair to charge someone for that unit. Because there are so many products that come back that end up getting recycled well before the true end of life, just because they have a personal account on it. And it takes 2 minutes to remove an Apple ID or, Google Lock from a product. So there's a responsibility factor to that I think we need to put a bit harder on employees and end users.
It could literally be tied to the last paycheck not being distributed unless they remove it, right? But it's just not a process that's
Well, if it was our own device, we'd do it, right? So it should be no different if it's an enterprise one.
Yeah.
In fact, some of these systems I mentioned, once that ticket's created, it generates a UPS level a label and an email, and it sends it to that end user and tells them, hey, here's the steps we need you to do as a part of your out processing of the company. So, right, some employees will do it, some won't, but these, you can outsource that, and this company will, a first attempt, a second attempt, a third attempt, usually by the third attempt, hey, they're not going to do it. Just write it off.
Any other questions? We're kind of coming up close to the end here. Wow, we did such a good job that we only had 2 questions. It's great. All right. There's one more? Okay. I did not see his hand. So. Yell it out. There's a speaker right there. Mic there.
They probably have like thousands of devices in the US. And what I've realized what they're doing is they use the same passcode on all of the phones. And, like the pins. And once, you delete the phone, and if the iCloud is still on there, Apple does give you an option to unlock with the passcode, which is very, I don't know, it's probably like a security threat, but I did realize that some of the enterprises are using that option to at least get more bang for their buck, and at least, not have the devices FMI locked. So I don't know if that's...
I don't know if that's, I mean, just kind of from experience there, ITs will use like one password for everybody to remember, but there's another layer of security in MDM.
I mean like the PIN code to access the phone.
Oh, okay.
That's what
what's the PIN code?
If I tell you, I'd have to kill you. But yeah.
Oh, well, that's good to know. You know, some companies take their security differently, I guess. Well, if that's, if there's any other questions, no, yep, right back there.
Hey, while we get that mic out there, back to MDMs, I've actually had conversation with the companies who are trying to get cybersecurity insurance, and a lot of provisions in this, if, you know, if the breach occurred on a mobile device and you didn't have an MDM on it, claims denied. So that, I mean, another reason why MDMs are important. They can really
Oh, wow.
have a financial impact beyond the obvious.
And a claim would definitely be denied if you all had the same password. 100%.
Yeah, when they find that out, done.
Don't mention that on your claim form.
I'd have a question from the other side of things for enterprise IT, looking to save money by buying refurbished devices. How are companies working with MDMs for connections for auto enrollment into the MDM so that they can incorporate managed device? Does that make sense?
Yeah, are you talking about as far as like we have, you know, resellers that we work with where they'll purchase those devices and we enroll the devices, we provision the devices before the devices are even sent out. So that way when the devices are fired up, the MDM is already installed, you know, everything's good to go. So a lot of the times we'll just have our customers send us a CSV file of all their IMEIs and just run it through, add them on there, and then that way those devices, they're already provisioned, or at least when the person does go to actually fire up the phone, they walk through the setup wizard and it's installed at that point. Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions? No. Well, I'd like to thank my panelists, Ramona, Josh, Chris, Luke. They'll probably be walking around if you guys have any other questions. I'm George. Thank you guys for coming. Enjoy.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
fun. Way to think I hate her, I'm not that evolved. I'm sorry she's missing it. Sad, sad boy, not my business.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 and our second session of the day. Good morning. Sean Cleveland, security, would you please remove him? Thank you. Welcome to day 2. Great session coming up here with CTIA. They've assembled a fantastic all-star panel. Marin's going to be facilitating this today, so with no further ado, I'm going to hand it off to Marin, and thank you very much for putting this panel together.
Thanks for having us, Bob. Good morning, everyone. My name is Marin Galvin, and I am Director of Strategic Industry Programs at CTIA. Two of the largest programs that I focus on is our Reverse Logistics and Service Quality Program, and that includes Y certification. Y stands for Wireless Industry Service Excellence, and it's the industry standard for certifying device repair technicians, retailers, as well as service facilities. The best part of my job is getting to work with industry experts like the 4 members of the panel that we have here today, and I'm very, very excited to have them. I think they're a great representation of the entire ecosystem. So by way of introductions, we'll start at the end. We have Sai Kumar. Sai is an experienced senior executive. He has spent his career starting in consulting, where he worked for Accenture for many, many years. He then turned and started in the niche role of focusing on circularity, as well as with a focus on software markets. Today, he leads global business development for PhoneCheck, and he has been a member of our RLSQ program for many, many years now. We have Mike Babar from Amazon. Mike he leads trade-in, operations, and customer experience. He has also been in the reverse logistics industry a very long time, serving 19 years with roles at both Best Buy, and he was also former director of repair at Samsung. He's been a longtime RLSQ member, serving in a role on our leadership council as well. We also have O'Day from PlugTech here at the end. O'Day is the co-founder and CMO. He's PlugTech, a leading brand for certified pre-owned tech. O'Day, it makes it his mission to make premium devices more affordable, more sustainable, and more customer-friendly. Fueled by this vision, PlugTech was recently named the best place to buy used iPhones by the New York Times Wirecutter, and he's recognized as one of the Inc.'s 5,000 fastest-growing companies. And last but certainly not least, we have Elizabeth Chen. Elizabeth is the founder and CEO of the Trillion Companies, a global leader in the secondary device market, with operations in Hong Kong, the US, and the UAE. With over 25 years of experience in consulting and operations, she has led initiatives at companies ranging from Fortune 500s to fast-growing startups. Her experience in international business strategy and customer satisfaction drives her passion for building trust and alignment, and in her free time, if she has any, she loves yoga and dancing and is also a proud mom of 3 girls. We do also have a 6th man on stage, and I mentioned the Reverse Logistics and Service Quality Program. That community is made up of over 80 member companies, many of which are in the audience today. And I mention that because I want to start with telling a little bit of a story that happened 2 years ago when we had sellers approach CTA as a part of our conversations we were having in the grading space. And thank you, Samsung, for talking and addressing a lot of that efforts that we're doing on the B2B side of the house. And they said it would be really, really great if you guys could focus on bringing alignment to standards in the direct-to-consumer channels. Serendipitously, around that same time, we got a call from a big global marketplace who said we would love to work with CTIA to align on standards across the industry, especially those that are supporting our e-commerce platforms. Fast forward a year ago at Mobile Disrupt, we brought all the major marketplaces into a room, along with the major diagnostic service providers, many sellers that are representative on those marketplaces today, OEMs, carriers, and we had a conversation about, can we do this? Can we do this together? Today, we're here. We get to share a little bit about that, but also, as everyone knows, the past 6 months has had a lot of change, and our industry loves change, some of it being the same, but it's not always the same landscape we had a year ago, and so we're going to touch on that a little bit today, and I think that's where we're going to start. So Elizabeth, since you've got that unique global insight, wanted to start off with, here we are in July, we're halfway through 2025. What challenges and what trends did you not see coming that are now impacting your business today?
Well, the most unexpected, what I'm seeing this year is the significant impact of regional policy and regulatory changes to the secondary market. For example, in June, Apple has directly, for the first time, participated in the China National Subsidy Program, giving 15% discount to new devices, which is under, new devices under $830 discount, which quickly drove down the price because that involves 16, 16 plus, 15 and 15 plus. When my vendors call me out saying, Elizabeth, what's going on? Why my 16 are not selling? I said, so is your 15, right? Because this sudden price drop rippled through the entire secondary market, because when Hong Kong sleeps, the entire secondary market gets a cold. So I expect the policy change is an unpredictable impact or factor to the secondary market. And additionally, with the increased maturity and the complexity of repair, the secondary market is just getting new challenges each year with new product refresh. On top of that, the rising tariffs, we're all talking about the tariffs, right, has pushed up the parts cost very high. Also, the aided supply chain delay has made additional strain to the supply management and inventory control. And the third one I say is on top of all that, the rapid advancement of AI-aided testing, grading, refurbishments has largely changed the way we do business. Those tools, the availability of those tools is going to make our increase the productivity of secondary market. However, it also adds pressure to us as a wholesalers to fast adapt the change. It's like the train is leaving. Are you coming or not?
Thanks, Elizabeth. Sai?
Good morning, everyone. So we have a very unique technology lens into all of this, right? As a PhoneCheck is a software company, and the customers that we work with are a broad array of customers. In general, in the technology space, there is a constant innovation. Things are constantly changing and improving. But you asked specifically about 2025. And what we have seen is this innovation has absolutely taken off in an exponential manner. And a lot of that is attributed to AI, and there has been a lot of discussion about AI, the pros and cons, and where we apply and where we don't in the industry. There has been a lot of talk about AI in this particular conference itself. We all know AI is only as good as the data that is fed into. It's garbage in, garbage out. If you don't have the data, AI is good for nothing. But guess what? In this industry, as a technology player, we have a ton of data. Each device that you process generates an extensive amount of information that we have, and we're looking into it very deeply to see how we can apply AI and ML to come up with intelligent inferences that are useful to our customer businesses, customer outcomes. So that is the biggest trend that we are seeing, and we're looking into how we can apply in a selective manner that's useful to the industry. Other biggest trend is cybersecurity. This is something that we don't talk as much. We generally talk about erasure and boom and done with it, and there's the end of the cybersecurity. But I think we need to sort of maybe emphasize it a bit more, because the data on any given device is a lot more value than the device itself. So there in itself, it's a dichotomy that you should be more aware of the data on the device, how you can erase it, and not just erase in a manner that is, it's like across a broad array of consumer devices, not just mobile phones, your computers, your wearables, and your watches, whatnot, and everything. And last element, if I may mention, is that we all have been told, do not connect a device to your computer if it is not known to you, right? If it's an unknown device, do not connect to your computer. But guess what? In all our industry, all of our customers, when they receive these hundreds and thousands of devices, they don't know what is on it. they connect to their computers in the enterprise. What if any of those devices has a malware on it that can infect that computer and everything else in your enterprise? So that is a big unknown risk currently we're not looking into or not talking about, that we are debating internally to see how we can address it and potentially quarantine those devices if they're infected right up front so that your rest of the enterprise is not affected. So those are trends.
Thanks, Sai. Mike?
Yeah, not to repeat too much, but I think I echo a lot of the same sentiment that we're talking about. AI, security being one of the top challenges and things we're thinking about differently. But I will say the biggest change for me this year was all of a sudden I have to be a tariffs expert, regulatory expert, and that's not something I grew up with in the repair side of the business, the reverse side of the business for a long time. So for me, even working at Amazon, I had to put on brand new hats of learning different parts of the industry, not really traditionally part of reverse, I would say, and be able to speak intelligently about it inside Amazon, how we're doing, what we're doing, how we're changing the business. I think everything we thought we knew that was really good, robust, cost efficient, changed. All of a sudden, everything we were doing now, we're like, whoa, this is maybe not going to work anymore. Maybe we're going to have to do things differently. I'm sure everybody in the room probably went through something very similar and had to become an expert at so many things this year that they were not experts in before, right? So I think I echo the challenges of the uncertainty, the regulatory piece a lot in my operation. And then just the influence of security and the risk of what happens downstream when something goes wrong has heightened even more than ever before. We're feeling that inside as well. And then AI and personalization has become a big focus for Amazon. All of our roadmaps, all of our conversations around AI has become a daily discussion. So it's not something we talk about at this much. We talk about at a very, very large scale for the next 3 years, how are we incorporating AI into all the different things that we do. How do we automate? How do we take manual work out of our daily lives? So I would say we have to become AI experts no matter what background we came from at Amazon, whether we're in operations, whether in product, whether in program. We're all required now to understand the impacts of AI, understand how to make our lives more efficient, but also downstream, how do we make our employees' lives more efficient at work? So just, I'd say more organizational and changes to where we do things differently, but at the same time, how do we adapt and learn the technology that's out there? So one of the great things of that is you come to conferences like this and be able to speak to so many different experts and learn what everybody's doing and put those thoughts together.
Thanks, Mike. No day?
Hello. 2025 has been a really interesting year. We talked a little bit about tariffs. Political uncertainty has been a huge wild card. People think it directly doesn't impact our business on the secondary market. It does. When devices are now being held for much longer, 36 months compared to 24 months a few years ago, fully functional devices become more of a premium that drives the price up in our market. It does impact us directly. The amount of functional devices and repairability and prices on parts, sometimes it's not economical to repair devices because things will cost X-fold on top of that. But outside of that, we're also seeing a huge economic downturn this year. 2025 has been really interesting. It's created, in my opinion, more demand for the certified pre-owned market. Tech is a necessity. They need us. They don't necessarily need it to be new, but you need a phone. You can't function without it. Same with a lot of your other technology. And so while people still need to upgrade and their cycle is coming up, then they look for other alternatives, and then it's our time to shine. And so, just like COVID drove a lot of traffic over to the secondary market, I believe this year we're getting a good taste of that as well.
Excellent. And I also want to just let everyone know we do want this to be as interactive as possible. And so periodically throughout, as we get into, especially around the customer experience, we'll be kind of throwing it out to the audience for different perspectives. So I just wanted to see before we begin, you saw some of the themes that are come to light in today's conversation. Any other challenges that your businesses are facing that we can kind of weave in as we discuss? Sounds like maybe we're all in alignment on some of the same things. All right, let's drink some more coffee. We'll have more questions in the audience soon. Stay alive. I wanted to go back to what Elizabeth was saying. We're going to focus a lot in a minute around the customer experience and how, talk about data, talk about technology, talking about utilizing your repair networks. But I think it's really important to go back and look at the supply chain. And Elizabeth touched on the complexities of repairs and how those have changed over time. So Elizabeth, I just wanted to go back to you to kind of elaborate more on that topic and how does that impact your supply chain and the way you manage your business?
So when I started business a decade ago, we are called the international aggregators. We are able to buy a large quantity of phones and sell to the global market quickly. So at that time, we have a two-man operation. My partner Lei is sitting in the front seat. He and I are like two-man team. We have handled so many phones. So I am buying the phones crazy, like here in the US, he's selling it in Hong Kong overnight. So we can't keep up with the phones. We're selling with nearly 100% output. So that was easy times, okay? Now, with the product refresh, we have so many models. We have the phones getting so advanced and with complexity. So there are more problems. Back in the days with few models, we don't have any issues like carrier lock, blacklist, camera spa, FMIP. We have never heard about battery failures, none of this, right? Now is with the maturity of the secondary market, we're not just about the volume and turnaround anymore. We are in the much more complex and competitive and with more dynamic of sourcing and inventory control. So I'm going to touch upon in two different aspects of this complexity of repair have posed challenges to us as a wholesaler in this secondary market. So first of all, I want to touch upon the operational challenges. So with the procurement to sell cycle getting longer, we need additional inventory. We need a buffer. We also have a lot of inventory in the work in progress. That require us to have better inventory management. And so the second one is that we need skilled technicians and special tools. So we need to have special tools to open the phone even. And we got to have technicians who are capable of doing all that. I found out that WISE certification has been a very great resource and standard for us to train our technicians to be able to provide high quality phones to our customers. So the third one would be we got to have buffer and the process for the returns because advanced phones means more after sales failures. We need to have capacity to handle the returns, also put into resources to do it. So we need to have a very creative and flexible warranty and RMA process to keep our customer happy and keep our end consumer happy. Then the fourth one about operational challenges, we need to have elevated quality control standards. So I already touched upon on a WISE certification. The ISO standards has been, and AI assist gradient processing has been a good tool for keep us competitive, also minimize the human errors. So a consistent quality and system, that's very important for the secondary market and for us as wholesalers. So on the aspect of the impact to business strategy, I have to say is we need more capital to invest in this secondary market because the sales cycle is becoming longer. There's more issues to repair. So you also, if you want to have a complete solution for selling fully functional phones, you need to have a global sales sourcing partnership. You should be able to source the better parts from the global market to keep the costs down. You also need to source your phones from different regions to keep your costs down. So that means you need to have a global presence to be able to have a reliable partnership and a good sophisticated logistics system. So the last one I want to say is you got to stay focused. You got to have your own strategy. You can't be just a lot of me too, right? You got to differentiate yourself. You got to work closely with your vendors to create a win-win situation to stay competitive. So in summary, the market has moved from speed and volume to complexity and quality. So success now depends on technical capability, operational excellence, global collaboration, and a strategic focus.
Thanks, Elizabeth. I think with all the challenges, the goal is always to push more pre-owned devices in the hands of consumers. So I wanted to go back to something you briefly touched on, and that has to do with consistency for consumers. You work with a lot of sellers, a lot of third parties as a part of Phone Check. Where do you think as an industry we are falling short on providing that consistent experience to the customer that's looking to buy a used phone or a pre-owned device?
I guess the simplest way to put that is we all speak different languages. I think that may be the core of the problem, because as these devices are exchanged between various players in the supply chain, each one is speaking a different language in terms of what the device condition is, what the device grading is, and however they want to capture all of those details. I think that therein is the biggest need, how we can all together come up with a set of a standard that is consistent and that can be applied across the supply chain, that whenever there's an exchange, each one understands, okay, now when I do say this is a grade A, I know exactly what the grade A really means. And when I do define the cosmetic condition, this is excellent, I know exactly what that is. So that is where I think that the biggest gap is, that I know this is the holy grail, something that we have been talking about at CTIA and various players, something in the works, because it's not easy to really put everybody together to come to one agreement. So to answer your question, where we as an industry still have some distance to go, it is towards that consensus of a standard definition. We've come a long ways. I've been in this for quite some time. What it used to be 10, 12 years ago, Wild West, to where we are now, we're pretty far along, but we have some more distance to go on that front. And second thing leading to confusion is the transparency aspect of it, i.e. that I, as a consumer, when I go onto any marketplace or any website, if I were to buy a device, I do not know exactly what that device entails. So what would be lovely is that, and it's something that we've been conceptualizing and we've been working internally at PhoneCheck, for every device processed, we do have a QR code. So when you scan that QR code, you get exactly what that device entails. Elizabeth spoke about encumbrances, the functionality testing, cosmetic, erasure. All of those details are captured in one standard report that if the consumer were to scan it and see that, they know exactly what they're getting. So that transparency aspect of it is very important as well. So two things, standardization, transparency.
So we got some ways to go, but I want to go to O'Day, because if you guys aren't familiar, PlugTech is really doing some amazing things and going direct to the consumer. And they're really trailblazing the industry and changing the way we go about it. And so, with great power comes great responsibility. How is the PlugTech team managing those customer relationships? How do you continue to engage those customers and keep them coming back with that consistent experience?
So we're very fortunate because we get to stand right next to the customer, and the goal of Plug is consistency. The key to success in our industry is consistency, whether it's with your partners, to your customers, or whoever that is getting these devices. And for Plug for us to maintain consistency, we look at a lot of different data points, and if there's an outlier, we identify it, whether it's in returns or processing, or maybe how we're marketing the devices, etc. And outliers, we take that personal. And so for us to grow a brand and to be very social first, you have to be good, and you have to be good 365 days of the year. And if you're not, they're going to eat you alive. And it's the name of the game. People that trust us to buy tech, they're spending a lot of their hard-earned money. The tech that we deliver on has to be good. The standards in our industry have been established by OEMs for years now. All we're doing is continuing that with affordable version of that device. And so, again, when we look at all of our data, it's what's off, what's missing, what's outperforming, what's not. And we do that daily, and we do that at a serial level. And so we, again, each one-off instance, we take it personally, we identify the issue, and we fix it, and we make sure it doesn't happen again. And we've done that for years. We've made mistakes along the way, but we've evolved to where we're at today. And I believe we have a very strong consumer-facing standard, and that's why we're fortunate to be a part of CTIA, and we can help build these industry standards, because what we're doing, it is not that revolutionary. We're using phone check to process devices. We just know what the customer wants, and we deliver on that 100% of the time.
So the data and the technology obviously are huge themes here and becoming very important as we try to deliver a consistent experience and grow that consumer stickiness of having them come back and wanting to continue to buy pre-owned devices. Mike, I want to go to you because with your team at Amazon, and you mentioned this at the start in terms of AI, what kind of other technology applications are you guys thinking about? How are you thinking about that in the realm of the customer experience? Where are you using AI as a part of that? And then we'll also go to you, Sai, for the same question.
Yeah, I think technology in general is, some of it's getting sophisticated when we talk about AI, and some of it's very basic, not AI. And for example, one of the things that we do on my team is we actually we use a tool to get all our customer insights, all customer verbatims we call them, around what our customers are saying every single day. So if a customer posts a product review, a survey review, we get that sent to us every single day in a way we can digest. We review it every week, every month. So everybody at Amazon could tell you one of the concepts we work on is working backwards from the customer. That is a true thing at Amazon. We look at our customer data, and that tool or that data is not sophisticated. But what AI is allowing us to do is digest massive amount of customer data and verbatims, put them into themes, put them into pillars, put into priority, put into who's saying what, frequency. Is there themes or around certain regions, certain areas? AI is helping us to take data that would take very long to consume, very long to manually sort through, and just make it simple. So I don't think AI is always sophisticated in nature, but it can help us do simple things a lot faster, which allows us to actually recreate our tech team's roadmap, saying this is what needs to be a higher priority because our customers are saying this. And this issue just started last week. AI is helping us catch it quicker and faster so it doesn't go 2 months before we say, all right, we got an issue that we just caught. The second piece is AI is allowing us to think differently about personalization and how do we make customer experience much faster with less clicks. On our page today, we allow customers to see their past purchase history and be able to trade in against it. So they can see what they have today, and they can click one button and go through the process, so they don't have to go through putting too much detail in of what device they have. But we believe AI will make things faster. They will make less clicks. It will make it easier. We call it lowering the cognitive load, right? The amount of time, the amount of thought you have to put into going through something decreases and lowers the effort that it takes to actually get something done. And we see it all the time where if we make customers go through too many steps, too many processes, even driving too much to something, there's a negative aspect to that. So what we believe in is we put the customer first, and all the solutions we're building is around the customer, and decreasing the effort and the stress that they go through will eventually lead us to becoming where we want to go.
Sai, you're an engineer. Any additional insights?
That's true. So just to kind of follow up on Mike, I know we as a tech company too always looking into all areas where we can improve our products, right? And that starts from affordable automation to how you can use AI to do the better cosmetic grading. And third part specifically I want to touch upon is the trade-in side of the things, as Mike literally is wearing a shirt that says trade-in. So that's a big inflow of product into our secondary markets, the trading channel. And currently the process of trading in a device, there's a lot of friction there. I.e. that if you do too little up front in really checking the condition of the device, like literally, okay, I have an Excel 3 or 4 questions I ask, boom, I'm done. Here is the device, trade it in. Guess what? When it does come back, then you have a lot of issues with the condition of the device. And it could have all kinds of challenges, may result in RMAs, and you return the device, and customer has a lot of issues. And at the same time, if the other side of the spectrum, if you go do too much of the testing up front, it takes too long. It could be 2 minutes and 3 minutes. And the customers may not like it. They may completely interrupt the whole trading process. They just leave the whole thing and they're done. So both ends of the spectrum, there is an issue. So you have to find the fine balance. That's what we've been looking into. Okay, how best we can capture as much of the information of the device as quickly as possible so that we can still go through the trading. And towards that, we just released a product called PreCheck. And that is the solution wherein you do not have to sideload an app onto the device. I know I'm getting into the technicality because I'm an engineer. So, and take away that whole friction out of it and the time out of it so that it's quickly in about 30 to 45 seconds, we can capture a lot of the relevant information about a trading in device. That way, our pricing can be an informed pricing, and you can settle it right there versus having the device to be shipped and checked and everything. So I think the whole process of trading, some of these quicker solutions will help to make it less frictious.
Excellent, and we're gonna get into trade-in in a little bit, so Mike can show off his shirt. But as you see, so we've got the data, we've got the technology, and by the way, I should say, as we were chatting through some of these themes and trends that go into making sure that there's alignment between sellers and the customer experience, we were like, we could do a panel on just one of these. So I know we're briefly touching, and so if there's ones towards the end, if people have questions, we can go deeper. But one near and dear to the Reverse Logistics Service Quality Program is also repair networks and the importance of utilizing those repair networks and how it impacts your customer experience. So I wanted to go to O'Day. You guys had some exciting news drop this week in terms of some of your partnerships around CPO. How do you guys look at repair networks, and how do you think about that as you're planning and working towards enhancing that customer experience?
I think as the industry continues to evolve, we become, right now everybody's very detached. I think we'll be way more connected. I think the need for repair networks are absolutely there. The concern, at least the concern that somebody like Plug has, is if we're going to provide a phenomenal experience, we need the repair store to do the same. And without having standards, and the WISE certification is breaking ground and providing a platform for us to be able to build out that kind of network. Until then, we need excellence across the board. We can't just stop there. But meanwhile, consumers today, if they are breaking their phones and they, economically it makes more sense to repair, they are going to these repair stores. We would love to bridge that connection and to pass our customers to the right people. We need that right group of people.
Excellent. And Elizabeth, do you have anything to add?
So we are the wholesalers connecting the carriers, the insurance companies, and the wholesalers in the secondary market. I come also with a division in e-commerce. I come to deeply appreciate the available and reliable repairing network. With that said, we want to be a high-value player in this industry, in this secondary market. We need to do the things well. What do we do? So since we are selling fully functional phones to some of the market that's far away in the corner of the globe that don't have capabilities of repair, they don't have, they can't get to the used parts, well, they don't have large capacity to invest in 10 million of inventory or 3 million on the transit, right? Not everybody needs to do that. So we come to play to be the bridge. So, but we can only do much, right? So what we need is we also need guidance, right? Somebody hold our hands what is standard, like WISE certification, R2v3, ISO standards. All those are great to keep us in line. On top of that, we need to learn technologies. So we rely on a company who provides better technology, like better ways to do things. Like I've been chasing the company the glass replacement machine because it's so expensive to outsource to other part of the globe. Although we have 3 operations globally, we could do that. Many companies couldn't. if we could bring some of the things into the US, we can be more close to technology to be able to do it efficiently. So that's the thing I want to emphasize. Also, I guess that's all I want to say is we want to work collaboratively to make this secondary market better and efficient.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Now I want to zoom in on trade-in. Our friends at BStock tell us that CPO and trade-in accounts for about 10.4% of our market growth. I'm going to make you stand up. I'm going to make you turn around, Mike. We've got Mr. Trade-in in the house right here. So I think, Mike, people think Amazon, they think the e-commerce side of the house, but you guys do have retail partners. You have a footprint of retail shops. How do you think about those partnerships? How do you think about that footprint when it comes to enhancing the trade-in experience for your customers?
Yeah, repair is near and dear to my heart, for many years, especially with the Y certification and the retail footprint. So one of the things we do today that many may not know about is we experiment with repair stores today on dropping off trade-in. So we are currently right now working with repair stores where you can drop off an Amazon trade-in, select products, and they're working with us to process and send those back to Amazon. So we've embedded certain stores into our customer experience, and part of that is that we have heard loud and clear from our customers that they want things to be easy. They want to be able to do trade-in as quickly as possible, get their money, less discrepancies, and not have to be able to drive more than 5 minutes. So for us, the network that's out there, the repair network, is crucial. We're in there, we're exploring, we're experimenting. I think you'll see more of that, and we really believe that there's really, really great people out there that can deliver a great customer experience, and the knowledge that sits inside repair stores is very valuable for trade-in and the secondary market that we could tap into. So we're a strong believer of the network.
Do you guys think, and I'll kind of open this up to whoever wants to answer it, but is it essential to, in order for businesses to grow and evolve as an industry, do we need repair networks?
I'll share just high level. One of the challenges we have is making sure customers get what they want, and also fraud. I think we talked about fraud quite a bit, and in-person support and help with people who know what they're doing helps us challenge the fraud aspect of the business. So for us, we think it's essential. We don't think it's going away. Fraud is getting more sophisticated day by day. We were talking about that. And so I think for us, we think it's an ability to deliver a great customer experience where we can minimize the risk at the same time.
Any other thoughts? O'Day?
The only thing I'll add to that is the beauty of repair networks are technology. Again, as I said earlier, it's a necessity. If you break your phone, you need it now. And so as an e-commerce player, we can't provide that instant access. But if we had a repair network that was reliable, that could provide a solution for that, it would go a long way. And to add to the fraud point, absolutely. Having soldiers on the ground helps us combat things like that, can allow us to leverage existing technology in those repair stores that can essentially replace what we're doing and just streamline the process. I think there's ways to further connect our industry together. We just need standards before we can do that.
Oh, great segue. Thank you, O'Day. So yes, we have the data, we have the technology applications to extract the right analytics from that data to enhance the customer experience. We have strong partners. But what happens when you're all speaking different languages and you're not speaking the same language on a graded device? And that's where the standards comes in. So Elizabeth, you have a great experience on a global scale of seeing the different efforts in different markets around the world. What are you seeing in terms of standards development as it relates to supporting the grading of aftermarket devices?
Well, this is my favorite topic. Since I'm sending to the globe, so I hearing different demands, I hearing different complaints, I hear all that. So I think the misalignment in the standard grading is caused by we're speaking different language, we have different standards, right? So this leads to consumer distrust and a lot of issues. So I want to touch upon the three different things that what I'm saying on the need for standardization and where we are today. So I'm going to talk about the progress we have made and the gaps and opportunities. And the last one, I'm going to talk about where we are in different regional market. So what I see in the progress in the industry, I see in the standards and the certification expansion. So with the leadership of CTIA and the CIRI, the WISE certification has been widely adopted by for technology trainees and multi-point testing, which is very important. The R2 V3 certification has become the minimum requirement for participate in the recycling business. And ISO standards are commonly applied for refurbishers and the large wholesalers. So the second I see is the third-party testing tools and the certification has gained popularity. So this is very important. We will be able to use the third-party testing tools and the certification to verify our products, also gain consumer trust. So that's a very big one. Then the third one, I have to give the shout out to the marketplace, who is pushing for standardization of gradings and the better descriptions and labeling. So that's a very important part. And the fourth one, I have to say, the regulatory and the consumer protection bodies have been pushing the standards as well, especially in Europe. The gap and opportunities, what I say is, we still don't have a global governancing body, right? We have CTIA in the US. However, we don't have somebody for the globe. We need somebody who can create the standards and enforce the standards. The second one is the fragment in the grading language. We speak different language, right? So grade A can be different things to different consumers. Consumer is still expecting with a discounted price buying a premium phone, right? That's the expectation. So your A grade could be very different with my A grade. So I was walking into a little story in the São Paulo cell phone market. So before I went to São Paulo, I was so fascinated about why everybody from South America wants to have an A grade. You know, with the product life cycle getting longer, we don't see many A grade unless we do polishing and buffing, right? So it's impossible to have 80% A grade. When I went to the market, I saw everybody selling A grade. But from door to door, the A grade is significantly different. If you agree you are selling an A grade, I agree I'm buying an A grade, then that's an A grade. So that's the fragmentation of the grading language. The third one I will say inconsistency of enforcement. Different region has different policies, different kinds of environment, people accepting different things. So it's very hard to have a unified, consistent system on the grading. So the fourth one I will say, because the regional consumer laws are different, regulatory are different, so it's very hard to come to a unified standard. So the gap and the opportunities, I already talked about it. So I'm going to go a little bit detail on what I see in the regional market. So North America, obviously we're the leaders, right? With WISE certification, CTIA, we're leading the way. So no question about that. In Europe, they are very big in the consumer protection laws and agencies. So they are pushing more for easy to understand the grading, better description and labeling, also reasonable return policies. So I'm going to talk about Asia as well. So Asia still holding the largest buying power in the secondary market. However, the market is very fragmented, I will say, in the grading standards. So, but recently we have over 200 buyers in the secondary market, along with a few OEMs in China, formed the Hong Kong Chamber of Commerce, ICEC Chamber of Commerce, for the unity and better practice. So with this collaborative effort, I will see significant progress in the near future. The fourth one I'm talking about, I already touched upon a little bit on the emerging market. I think some of you would appreciate that because I have toured so many different emerging markets this year. And it's a very eye-opening experience for me as a wholesaler that bridging the carriers and the every corner of wholesalers in this globe. So it's very important for me to see what's the pinpoint, what are the needs, and what we can do to help them to do better. So, so I see in those markets are still on the developing trend to maturity and to more advanced grading system and mature ecosystem. But the opportunity here is, I want to tell a little bit more about South Africa. Okay, I think a lot of people probably don't know what's going on in South Africa and in Africa as a whole, because we started selling good volume to Africa. And Africa has a lot of population, right? And the economy is growing. They are, because of the secondary market is becoming more affordable. So more people want to buy iPhones, Samsung, instead of their flip phones. So when I went to the South Africa market, I found out that Apple store is called iStore there. They also have a secondary store, just sell used phones. And the grading is very unified, okay? It's 3 standards: good, better, and the best. So the good one is the heavy wear and tear, right? The better is slightly wear and tear. The best is like new. So there's no one single quantified description about what is the better mean, right? Then there's no description about what about the screen, what about the frame, what about the housing, what about the battery life, nothing. However, people are buying that. People are happy with, okay, if you think it's best, then you are the best, right? So it's a developing process. And another surprising thing to me was the system using. So before I go to South Africa, I have friends tell me that they are too poor. They're so poor, they cannot afford the system. They're not going to use your testing tools. I'm not trying to sell, but that's what my friends in the software business was telling me, because they are reluctant to look into that continent. But surprisingly, I found that my customers are using softwares, doing the testing. So that was a very nice surprise. So I would say that the emerging market is growing, but they have a long way to go. There's hope there.
So I want to follow up on what you just mentioned on the software side. We've got PhoneCheck, obviously, Sai representing the PhoneCheck team. How do you guys approach standards as a part of your conversations with your customer base?
The device standards that we're speaking about? Well, it's again, it goes back to many of the topics that we touched upon. And one of the key things that we want to communicate to our customers is that how easy it is to adopt to any given standard. So again, from a technology perspective, we have ways and means within our software that you can define whatever that standard is, and then make it very easy for a customer to simply choose that radio button. Boom, now I'm subscribing to, for example, CTIA defined standard, right? And then thereafter, whatever the testing that is done is to that particular spec. And hence comes the result, and that is auditable, it's retrievable and everything. So the key communication with our customers towards standards is, one, to educate them about the importance of it, and two, to inform them about how easy it is to adopt, and three is a way for them to be able to audit it, when it is all said and done. Random samples of it, random IMEIs via whether it's API, however you want to do. So all those 3 pieces are necessary to really have the complete end-to-end control over any standard.
I just want to say that we did not ask these guys to talk about WISE or CTI standards, but thank you, we love it. But I did ask Mike to maybe comment on some of the efforts that the industry is working on. So I mentioned Mike has been a longtime member of the Reverse Logistics and Service Qualities Leadership Council. It has been a grind since 2017 to establish one global industry standard. Do you want to talk a little bit about those efforts, Mike, and kind of where we're taking things next to support the direct-to-consumer channels?
I think it's been an amazing journey to watch, taking the Wild Wild West and bring it to where it is today, all the work that you, Michelle, and the CTIA team have done. There's a lot of folks that have jumped in and really supported the OEMs like Samsung and many others. And I think there's a lot of work being done now where we're trying to translate all the work that's been done on the reverse side and bring it to the consumer side. And I think I deal with that a lot more now on the consumer side, what our customers are saying. And one of the surprising things is that, I don't want to say surprising, but I think everybody knows that there's still a lot of mistrust with pre-owned. When customers are buying something used or certified refurb, there's a defense mechanism around, oops, I hope this works, I hope this goes well. And the number one comment that we see at Amazon when somebody buys something certified refurb, at least in where I'm at, is they open the box and they're like, wow, this is like new. They bought pre-owned, and when it comes out to be the condition and expectation that they thought it would be, it's 5 stars. And they love it, they praise it, we hear again and again and again, they're gonna buy more. And then the opposite end of it is, if we don't meet their expectations, I'm not sure if they're gonna buy pre-owned ever again. So I think for us, bringing standards to a level where customers get exactly what is they expect to what's listed online, and that these products that we're receiving are vetted, they're certified, they're diagnosed, they're clean, and they work, is a big, big opportunity for us. And I think taking all of those grading skills work, all of the work that we're doing on the back end on the reverse side, and bringing to the front so we can clearly tell our customers what they're getting, regardless of where they're shopping, I think is a huge step, and it probably will bring the entire pre-owned business to a different level, and more importantly, bring customer trust into a space that we're still trying to grow.
What that is culminating to, just to share a little bit of what's forthcoming, the industry just published version 5 of a global industry standard that supports the B2B side. It's been the existing standard now since the first publication in 2019. By end of this year, we hope to have a mapping of that existing standard, which is grounded in engineering, to have a standard that could be used for the direct-to-consumer channels. So later this afternoon, we have a meeting with the major marketplaces with a wide variety of ecosystem stakeholders to talk about what it's going to get to from today to that end-of-year publication to bring some standardization to the marketplaces. So we're looking forward to that, and hope next year at Mobile Disrupt, as this conversation started a year ago, we'll have even more advancements. But before we close it out, I'm looking for the naysayers in the room, because we love a good challenge. So as we talk about standardization and even some of the challenges in terms of policing and having a global adoption of one standard, curious to where folks think there's going to be roadblocks or what other challenges lie ahead that they'd like for the industry to take on as we look to continue to develop this effort. Good, that's good. Everyone thinks we can do it, right? Because we're all going to do it together? Yes, everyone's in it. All boats rise together, right? Well, I wanted to challenge these guys as we think about the future. And years ago, people would have said, you wouldn't have certain OEM competitors coming together for the good of the industry, or even carriers. And folks said there can't be one grading. Everyone's going to have their different grading, and people still want the A++++, but I think we've finally put a kibosh on that. So wanted to see with you guys, what challenge do you think the industry can take on next? Or what is your vision for the future in terms of a better tomorrow for the industry, and what does that look like? I'll start with Sai.
Surely. One thing for sure, secondary markets won't be secondary as far as the innovation goes. That would be my vision for the future, because we're constantly driven by extracting more value out of the devices. So there is a strong desire to affordable automation and better AI applications that Mike touched upon. And one thing that we haven't talked about is potentially in the future, not potentially, but I do see it coming, is application of blockchain as part of the whole secondary market flow as well. As we process devices and everything, and that information goes into the database, that would be fantastic if it were to be a blockchain, because those records are traceable, they're immutable, and all those records are there forever. So that's the vision: affordable automation, AI, and blockchain.
Mike?
I'll keep it very simple. Just better partnerships across the industry, more marketplaces and players coming together more often. And secondarily to that, just meeting customer expectations. And that's what we're fighting here to do, and that's what everybody's fighting here to do. And I know everyone's got to make the right decisions for their business, but at the same time, meeting that customer expectation will grow this business 2x, 3x from what we're seeing, and I think there's a lot of opportunity. So challenge ourselves to work together more and bring up with AI solutions or innovative solutions that are bring really ways to bring customer expectations to meet where we're at as well.
Elizabeth?
Yesterday, I said a lot of collaborations when I'm coming to the panel discussion. I do see the secondary market is growing fast with a lot of challenges, but it takes everybody's effort and working together to move us forward. So as each player in this ecosystem, we want to be the best of ourselves. We want to be a value-added player. How could we do that? I think first number one thing is coming to like conference like this. This is provide a very good platform. So I've been telling people that why you need to come to Mobile Disrupt. It's not like every trade show you come find a few customers. It's the leaders of this industry come together, comparing notes, share the pain points, and find out solutions and strategies for going forward together, right? So it's very important that we work together instead of like work separately. So I can't say enough about that. So we have a bright future. I think the second market is going to be here to stay and growing bigger and bigger. However, it takes everybody's effort to work on this together. So another future I want to see is maybe in the near future, we'll have one single system everybody can access. So from the moment that this phone traded in, we'll have the entire history of this phone on the fingertip of everyone. You can see when's this phone manufactured, when was that sold first time, which networking that went through, which parts has been added to this, and what is the condition 5 years ago and 3 years ago and today. So that will be a thing that put us as a more efficient and healthy ecosystem.
Beautifully said. All right, O'Day,
Mic
take us
drop.
home. Oh, we got an add-on.
The future is really bright for our industry. I think we are very fortunate to be on this side of business. Hardware technology is not advancing nearly at the rate that it used to. That creates more demand for pre-owned devices. People aren't as obsessed with the new sales gimmicks of new technology, and so I think COVID really accelerated our industry. I think the tariffs and the economic downturn in 2025 is also accelerating our industry. I think for us to capture the moment, we need to maintain consistency and quality. If we didn't have the dark days of this industry before standards and before functionality solutions, et cetera, we would be 2-3x where we're at today. But we're having to rebrand ourselves as certified pre-owned and eliminate the old days and educate people on why they should trust us, and then we deliver on that. And so we're breaking ground. Proud of everybody in this industry, CTIA as a whole, the working groups and how people at different levels of the industry are collaborating together. It's a beautiful thing. The thing that I've realized the most this year is we all face similar challenges. We're just so siloed out in different parts of the country that it feels unique to us. Once you sit in a room with your other peers and other players in the space, you don't feel so alone in that space.
Well said. Well, I want to thank these guys on stage. I'm incredibly proud to share the stage with them. I do encourage, we kind of scratched the surface of a lot of big topics because we only had an hour. So really encourage you all to continue the conversations with these guys on stage. And thank you guys for doing a wonderful job today.
Future Dial has some really interesting things they want to talk to us about with regards to robotics and automation. It should be a very informative session. And if you weren't here last night, let's offer a little congratulations because they won our Innovator of the Year award. So with that, I'm going to hand this off to Darren, and Darren's going to get the session started for you.
Good morning. First, I would like to start by saying thank you. Thank you to those who nominated us, voted us for Future Dial for the Innovation Award. We do really work extremely hard to create solutions and products for our partners, and we absolutely appreciate that recognition. So thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, now second, how many of you have had a conversation this week about the weather? Anybody? Anybody talk about the weather this week? So it reminded me when I was a kid growing up in California, I never talked about the weather. Just never. I thought that was something that adults talked about. Yeah. And then as I started working, I started traveling, and I went to Minnesota in February, and I went to Miami in July, and I realized that it's not that kids don't talk about weather, it's just that nobody in California talks about weather, because 90% of the time it's like 70 to 80 degrees, and usually something's on fire, but other than that, it's like nothing's going on, right? So anyway, my name is Darren Madonic, and today we're going to talk about robotics and workflow intelligence and your blueprint for profit-driven automation. All right. I'm the chief evangelist for Future Dial. I have 10 years at Future Dial, been there quite a bit. I was our first sales engineer way back when. Since then, we've built a team of over 20 engineers across 3 continents. We have over 200 robotic machines deployed across 3 continents, plenty of software deployed across multiple different countries. We can process anywhere from 1 million to 4 or 5 million devices a month with our software and our robotics between all of our partners and customers. We're really, really proud of that number. And because of that, we have a lot of experience and we've spent a lot of time. I've had the unique experience visiting many, many different mobile processors. Those mobile processors, those facilities are anywhere from 5,000 square feet to 500,000 square feet. Everyone's process is completely unique. Everybody loves to say, oh, I've got this secret sauce and that secret sauce, but in reality, it's true. Everyone's goal, though, is more or less the exact same. And that goal is to maximize profits by delivering an accurately graded product, whether that means functional tests, cosmetic grades, just data clear. The goal is to sell that device at the highest possible price with the most accurate description of that product to your customers. Today, I'm going to be discussing the reasons for adopting automation and how to effectively add automation to your process without sacrificing that accuracy. Along the way, I'm going to be discussing common hurdles that we've run into, that I've personally run into, my teams run into, and how to best be prepared to overcome those hurdles. So to streamline our mobile process, we need to gain as much intelligence about the product that we're handling as we can. Now, way back in 2007, Apple did something that no other OEM had ever done and hasn't done since. They successfully decoupled from every single carrier in the world and created activation within their own OEM. So they basically became an agnostic product, but what's cool about that is they have a centralized database of every single device and all of the details around that. The difference there, though, is, let me expand on that. It's extremely helpful for things like SIM-lock policy on Apple devices, but I get this question a lot. How do we do that for Android, right? The answer there is that every single Android OEM is still under the construct of all of the different global carriers. Apple, as I mentioned, was the only successful one to pull out from that. Because of that, as well as fundamental security differences between Android and iOS, it can make Android devices more challenging to process. So why do I bring this up? I bring this up because it demonstrates the difference in data streams available to collect the most intelligence about the device as possible. So those different data streams, depending on when you get that device in, you may know more or less about that product even before you tether it. Then, of course, once you tether it and we can read information, we can provide even additional intelligence. The goal here should be to collect enough information to automate the decision-making process instead of putting it in your operator's hands, right? Take the operator decision-making out of the process, automate, even at receiving, automate the process, right? De-skill the process as much as possible, show only relevant questions to your operator to avoid confusion, and work with your mobile device processors to customize your UI. You're allowed to. You can customize it as much as you want, right? Or you should be able to. If your provider doesn't let you customize your UI, maybe you should talk to another provider. You want to definitely make sure that your communication between your UI, your operator, and your WMS system or your ERP system, your warehouse management data is all communicating as quickly and as early as possible in that receiving process. So I've met with many folks who believe that the only barrier to entry for automation is the cost of the robotics. That's it. Just pay the money and I could get robotics. They'll be able to buy an assembly line and completely automate the entire product line. The truth is that over time, and even in the last session, I was hearing this. Every customer has built a slightly different grading standard. They still say it's a standard, but it's a slightly different grading standard that their clientele that they've been selling to for years has come to expect. Whether this aligns with CTIA or it aligns with some other grading standard, it's still ultimately a subjective situation between operators and likely arguable by most of the folks in the room today. You could argue an A from a B, right? You could argue a 1 from a 2, from a 7, from an A++. I use grading as an example, but the same goes for, let's say, camera blemishes, right? Camera blemishes on back cameras. Maybe one operator totally misses it. They didn't do the right test. They didn't see the blemish. It was very light, whatever it is. That kind of subjectivity exists in functional testing as well. These thresholds that manual operators have created over time, oh, that's a pass, oh, that's a fail, right? All of that is very subjective, but they're ingrained into your operator training. They've been, re-ingested over time into operator training. And the goalposts end up shifting over time. So even though you say it's a standard, it could be subjective from one customer to another, from one partner to another. Adopting automation on one part of your process while keeping everything else kind of in control can help you minimize these disruptions and adjustments and make sure that your manual grading and testing criteria that you've curated over time stays intact by adjusting that one automation system, maybe work on functional tests for this product line or work on grading for these particular high volume products first, and then expand over time. So keep this in mind when searching for an automation provider. You'll want to find a robotics provider that has experience in adopting out-of-the-box criteria, like CTIA criteria, to your personal needs, and also allowed that subjectivity to adjust into the criteria that you build for your automation so you can set those expectations and have the same expectations for your customers that you're selling to today. So while automation tools are nowhere in their infancy, they've been around for a long time now, specifically in mobile test, there's still a lot of long-tail devices and form factors that have not obtained market penetration for serious automation to be applied quite yet. Depending on your current volume mix, you may find that software tools are the right fit for your needs now, but that doesn't mean that you're stuck with software forever. You want to make sure that when you're shopping around for software and robotics providers, you choose a provider that has a path to automation and also maintains strong manual software tools. You don't want to get yourself in a situation where you're paying double for processing a device, right? For example, let's say your automation system kicked out a device as a failure, right? You've got a camera failure, but you want to double check that failure, but your automation provider doesn't have manual functional testing tools. So now you're going to another provider for manual functional testing tools to validate that your automation provider was an accurate fail or an inaccurate fail. I've spoken with a few different companies who have picked the best-in-class provider for each part of their process: phones, laptops, watches, accessories. While having the best-in-class tool can usually save you a lot of time or offer unique performances, what I've learned is some of these companies, what they see over time is that with the volume mix shifting seasonally, it can cause huge swings in your monthly costs, right? So your laptop processing goes way up, or obviously your Apple processing goes way up in September when Apple has a release. That volume mix ends up getting adjusted over time, and it can be really difficult if you're using multiple different tools to estimate the costs, and it'll drive your costs up month over month if you don't have a way to estimate that very accurately, because your mix changes and then the tool cost changes. It can be a huge undertaking to convert both manual testing and grading to fully automated tools all at once. In my experience, the folks who focus on one part of the process first, or even their highest volume products first, tend to be more successful than those who attempt to adapt like a completely new, fully automated process for everything. When discussing options with your chosen robotics partners, ensure that they have modular systems that can grow with your volume over time. As mobile automation matures over time, solutions for wearables, flips and folds and tablets are starting to emerge. Having modular systems allow for the volume adaptation over time without the need for massive reconfiguration. You can flip on from your manual tablet cell to an automated tablet cell, from your manual flips, folds, and long-form devices or long-tail devices, an automated cell to do flips and folds. Perhaps next year, an automation provider might just come out with a slightly different functional testing unit that totally supports flips, folds, and tablets. You want to be ready for that, but not have to throw out what you're using today. With a strong automation partner, this shouldn't require you to remove your existing machines, right? It would simply allow you to augment that existing process that you already have some automation and then add automation to it, allowing you to divert less devices from manual and more towards automation over time. These robotics, they need to help, as I mentioned, or augment your existing processes, right? You don't want to be constantly ripping out everything and replacing it with other things. You need to build a strong foundation that you can build on top of with other modular systems. When first starting out on the journey to automation, I found one of the biggest pitfalls can be internal alignment on what a pass versus fail is and what an A versus B is. Now, a couple of slides ago, I spoke about this with respect to the challenges of aligning robotics with your process. However, there's also a challenge internally to align individual manual operators together with the line leads and then, let's say, subject matter experts. It's so important to be aligned internally. Automation is going to change the subjectivity of those borderline cases. I spoke with a company this week that goes through a calibration process every 2 to 3 months with their manual operators on cosmetics. And they do that just to ensure that their manual grading is aligned between all their operators and within the company expectations. And that type of constant calibration takes a lot of effort. But it's an important step if you're manually grading devices. Otherwise, you end up out of band. In my experience, the customers who have a subject matter expert, customers who have a subject matter expert that can step in and provide an absolute answer for the borderline cases are much more successful in automation adoption than the ones that they look at a device and go, well, maybe, you know, that's a B, and then the next operator goes, oh, no, that's an A. There's no way to ensure that your criteria from an automated perspective is going to work when you have disparate answers between your various different operators. In my experience, the customers who, any quality robotics partner is going to come in with a general baseline of what a pass and a fail is. They're going to lay it out and they're going to start running devices, and you're going to get passes and fails almost immediately. With, for instance, with FutureDial, within a week of dropping functional test robots, we can be processing the devices. But that in no way means that it's aligned with your current manual process, right? That takes time. It rarely translates when we drop a machine in and we give our default profiles. It rarely translates to any actual customers. Those thresholds are always adjusted. In one case we had, that I can remember, we had a customer that we dropped in some functional testing, and they were very, very critical of camera tests, specific the dark blobs and the dark ovals in the back cameras. And there were some edge borderline cases that we worked very long and hard to adjust with, but they had built a manual process for their camera test that explicitly had the operator focus just on that type of defect. And so even when you have these extremely customized processes, it's still possible for automation to overcome these challenges, but you absolutely have to have those subject matter experts there to say, yes, that is true, or yes, that is correct. And so if there's any kind of, you know, concern between internally within your operations, it's best to make sure that everybody is aligned before you go down that robotics journey. So I think many folks, including those who I talked to today who stopped by the booth yesterday and today, they approach automation as a way to decrease cost over time. Makes sense, right? In a two-shift operation, that payback is pretty quick usually. You know, maybe a year and a half, maybe less. You reduce headcount, descaling processes, maximizing the usage from the machines. A lot of folks don't run two-shift operations. I think folks that approach it like that are missing a large part of the operating cost picture. Operator turnover, retraining, be a huge cost. Constantly training new folks, especially when it comes to cosmetic grading, or even speakers or microphone or LCD testing. Taking the training and subjectivity out of the process, de-skilling that function, will increase accuracy because you're taking all of the decisions out of the operator. I mentioned earlier in the receiving process, taking the decisions away from the operator. Anytime that you can take a decision away from the operator and automate that, you're going to increase your accuracy because you're going to have a uniform response between all of the different product that's coming through. Those reduced returns, the reduced training, and the more accurately graded product, they go a long way towards maximizing your profitability. These topics are a large part of the cost of running a business, and reducing the cost and inconsistency should not be forgotten when weighing the costs of automation versus holistic benefits of reducing the operating costs of inaccurate product or manually graded product. And with that, I'd like to introduce Luis de los Santos, who's going to, with Back Market, he's going to speak to us for just a few minutes about his experiences, specifically with some of his customers and partners, and that kind of journey and transition to automation. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Luis de los Santos. I work for Back Market, and today, in my current role, I lead strategic quality initiatives in the U.S. region. So today, I'll share with you how robotics has helped us improve our quality and also reduce customer claims along the way. So I'm excited to be here and to share some of the changes that we've made to not only to work with our sellers, but also across our trading partners. We want to make sure that what I say resonates with you, and maybe you see some of the operational changes that, maybe you see some of the operational hurdles that you might relate to. So, without further ado, today I'm going to be going over a series of slides, and these slides are just going to contain some of the information that we had to do in our proof of concept with FutureDial. But there are 4 questions that I really want to answer today, and those are: what's the challenge? How did we resolve it? And then what are the results, as well as what's the impact? So what's the quality challenge that we see in the refurbishment industry? One of the most common challenges in the refurbishment industry is maintaining consistent quality across large volume of devices. Manual testing, as you guys all know, which has been the standard for a really, really long time, often leads to human variability, as Darren just said, and you can miss some defects along the way. So what was our approach? What did we do? We resorted to automated testing solutions. So we ensured that we partnered with some sellers that sell on our platform. And so these sellers essentially, essentially look to either replace or to implement automated testing alongside their manual testing solutions. This allowed us to standardize processes. It helped sellers improve their quality, and while maintaining operational efficiency. It also allowed us to build greater confidence in the consistency results across multiple sellers, which is something critical when you're a global marketplace like Back Market. One thing I want to say, I'm not going to stand here and tell you that there's no consideration that you have to take whenever implementing robotics. You can't just switch to it from day to night. Like Darren said, you want to have some sort of robotic system that has a manual testing solution so you can verify if, let's say, anything goes wrong. So what we saw is that when implementing robotics, sellers often took a scaled approach. They first started at 10% of their capacity testing with robotics. Then they moved on to 30%, and then 50% or more as the confidence in the technology grew, and then as they trained their technicians. So what were the results? You're probably wondering. There was a 50% improvement in the quality with the sellers that were essentially using robotics. So how did we achieve this number? Basically, we connected with sellers and partnered them with robotic testing solutions that basically brought their defective rates from, let's say, 5% to 2.5%, which is well below the industry standard. For sellers who already had robotics implemented in their operations, we saw that they've consistently had way greater results than anybody else in the industry, which is a testament to how automation can essentially create measurable improvements in quality and the customer experience. So what are some key testing areas? The areas where I see where robotics pretty much outperforms manual testing is in display anomaly testing, camera testing, and of course audio testing. There's a correlation between all of them. They're all subjective. They're all something that might look good to somebody but might not look good to somebody else. And so for display anomaly testing, this is something that includes things like dead pixels, which I don't know if you can catch, your average Joe can catch a dead pixel. Color accuracy, screen uniformity. And so the human eye can get tired whenever you're testing thousands of phones a day. For audio testing, humans have subjective hearing and differences that can't measure precise decibel levels. Automated testing provides objective and repeatable measurements every single time. For camera testing, this is where I stand by robotics firmly. I would say that this is where the human judgment really, really, really varies. What might look good to you might not look good to me. What might look good to me might not look good to the customer. And so with robotic testing, it uses a standardized image analysis to catch defects that the human eye might miss or inconsistently identify. And these are the areas where we saw that we're driving that 50% improvement in seller defect rates. So what was the impact? Overall, the impact is a win-win-win. So we saw customers getting higher quality devices, sellers reduced returns and warranty costs, and it supported our sustainability mission by making refurbished a more reliable choice for everyone. Ultimately, we're creating a stronger ecosystem for refurbished devices, which helps drive circularity and reduce e-waste, which is also one of our goals. Thank you, everyone, and we're here to answer all your questions.
No. Yes. Yes, they do. Does anybody have any questions? Isan.
Yeah, thanks for sharing all the insight. My question on the robotics, in what sense does it make sense to bring in a solution like Future Dial? Like, what's the volume threshold, and what's your view on that?
Attack? Yeah, okay, all right. So it's different for everyone. I think 20 to 30,000 units a month is kind of the bottom threshold. However, it depends on what kind of automation you're looking for and what the purpose of that automation is. Because you could have a process where you just happen to be in an area where it's extremely hard to find and train accurate cosmetic graders. So in your case, having a cosmetic grader that is running a robotic cosmetic grader might give you a lot of value, whereas someone who's another customer that I talked to, they go through and have every couple of months they'll have a manual grading session where they make sure that every single they stop grading completely, and then they go back and regrade everything, and then everybody regrades it. It's a whole lot of operator usage time waste, but it keeps their process in a very aligned state for cosmetic grading manually. The question is, from a cost standpoint, and it's different for everybody, but from a cost standpoint, how much do those operator costs? How much time are you spending retraining, regrading? And if you could de-skill that process, hire someone for minimum wage to stick a phone in a machine and make sure it's clean, that might be valuable for you. On the flip side of that, functional testing. Great example on functional testing. Volume-wise, you might have customers that require pristine devices, especially direct-to-consumer devices. You want to make sure that those camera tests are always working, those audio tests are always working. As Luis mentioned, the display test, you've got, after you see 1,000 LCDs for that day, that 999th LCD, you miss that one dead pixel. Machine's never going to do that. It's going to catch that dead pixel every time.
If I can add to that question, I just want to say, so I've been to plenty of seller warehouses, and I have seen how technicians that you have, let's say, testing thousands of phones a day, like I mentioned, how some of them test. And when testing with just software solutions, essentially the technician is left to be the person telling you, did this sound correctly? But are they judging it against, let's say, the same model, or are they judging it against their personal phone? What if their personal phone is broken? If the baseline is not there, then essentially you can't really make it something that you can standardize. And if without a standard, you're not going to be able to I would say, scale to where you probably want to be.
I have a funny little anecdote. So long time ago, but we had deployed our software, and if you're familiar with FutureDial, you know we do have a software that's a tile interface, and each tile is a USB port. Green means it's successful, red means it failed. And we kept seeing this one operator just doing everything backwards, you know. We're like, what? Walked over to it, what's going on? He's like, oh yeah, just finishing my job. We found out like later that he was red-green colorblind. It's like, oh God, you know, we didn't even think about that. So it's those kind of funny little things sometimes. It reminded me of that. Any other questions? Yes, right there.
Sincerely, if the guy wears glasses,
it's hot, man. When you get out, it's just
oppressive humidity, but my clothes don't wrinkle. So, gentlemen, what do you find as far as when you first take the machines into the warehouse? How long is it before you're not calling back, Luis? Before you're not calling Darren, going, "Hey, today I need this. Today I need this." When were you guys pretty much self-sufficient?
Well, Luis could probably answer that through real-world.
Yeah, that's what my point.
Yeah, we before we pitched the idea to sellers, we took the machine into what we call our innovation lab in back market, where we test every testing solution there is out there before we pitch it out to the seller. And I can tell you from personal experience, it took about, I would say on average, 3 months for the machine to fully scale up. So we also do mystery orders at back market for a mystery shopping program to ensure that sellers are selling what they're supposed to be selling on the platform. And so we moved away from manual testing in the same way that most of our sellers did, which was like 10% is being tested on manual testing, and then moving on to like scaling up gradually. I would say after the 3-month mark, I didn't need to, let's say, contact FutureDial about anything. It was just flowing. So about 3 months or so, the sellers that did move to FutureDial and tried the proof of concept with us, it took them about 3 months, and some of them are currently at 50% still. Maybe because they're still like worried about the technology, but after, I would say, the 3rd month, you can see once they see their defect rates drop, they'll probably move on entirely.
And I can add a little bit of that. I think that that's a very honest and accurate answer, and it really depends on the skills of your operators. Now, I did spend a lot of time talking about descaling the process, reducing headcount. Those are all great things with automation, but what is important to understand is what automation introduces, and there is a high technology aspect to it, right? So it's we try and make all of our tools, at least at FutureDial, very easily customer accessible. We found that even though they're very easily customer accessible and we train our customers, we have customers that absolutely would prefer that FutureDial just continue to maintain those thresholds and adjust them based on customer feedback. We're happy to do that. We have other customers that take our testing units and our grading units, they deploy them. They are fully supported themselves. They make all the alignments, all the adjustments. They do new product introduction themselves. And so it really depends on the technical level. And then another point to make is it depends on your baseline and borderline devices. So if you've got a lot of great examples of borderline thresholds of bad cameras, you are going to move way faster than the guy that gets the machine and goes, what do I do now? You want me to collect some devices? When are you guys going to be done setting this up? So that is, it's very variable how quickly you can move depending on how ready you are to accept automation.
Check. What have you found to be the biggest downsides or complaints with automation, if any at all?
Cost.
Yeah, I would say that was the same feedback from most of our sellers, just cost. So we pitched the idea back in our internal, what we call back forum, which our sellers attend to, and everyone was interested. We showcased the actual machine, and everyone really liked the machine. Everybody was really interested, but I would say the only thing would be the cost.
Yeah, I think as part of the calculation to determine your ROI. You know, I use the example of the customer that every 2 to 3 months they take all of their graders and they sit them down and they regrade phones and redo work, right? Whenever we do ROIs with our customers, they almost never include those kind of tasks and those experiences that they have, and the cost of keeping accuracy with manual testing. And I think if that is included in the ROI, it's an extremely easy conversation with cost.
Yeah, thanks. Kind of like a follow-up to his question. It's a more specific question. So I'm curious, a couple things about the cost. So is there like an average, what's the average maintenance need for this robots as well as the life cycle, so lifetime duration before you have to replace them, for example?
It's a great, very, very specific future dial question.
Right.
I'd like to talk to you about it at our booth as opposed to just in the general forum. Not that I don't mind, but I'd like to just keep this conversation general robotics and not just a future dial commercial.
Right. Sounds good.
Any other questions? Think we're good?
2 questions. High level, your business model, do you incrementally charge per unit after you cross a certain threshold? And then the other question was, how much time does it take to run a unit through the robot, roughly?
Sure. So again, pretty specific question to FutureDial. Would be happy to show you. We actually have one of our functional testing machines at our booth at C24. Be happy to walk through all of that with you. In general, we found that cosmetic grading is quite faster than a manual process. However, there's included cleaning in that because the machine can't see behind dirt and can't see behind labels. So you either sacrifice surface area or you do extra cleaning. And then on the functional side, I don't think you're saving that much time, right? So on the functional side, you still have to press the buttons. You still have to touch the screen. You still have to listen to some audio. I mean, you can extract it a little quicker than you could manually, and certainly the accuracy goes up. I think timing-wise, it should be, any automation system that you purchase should be comparable or better than your manual, but at least comparable to your manual process. But the accuracy is really where you're going to increase. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate your time. Thank you for taking the time.
All right, good afternoon. Time for our next session. Good to see everybody here. So how are you liking this venue? Good venue? Yes? The bald guy who's shaking his head kind of like, yeah, oh, I'm ignoring you. Everybody else seems to like it. You're in a minority. All right, very good. Well, thanks for being here. This should be a very insightful session. Let me tell you why. We have two very different companies coming at the same solution, but from different perspectives. Aris Protective Packaging, full disclosure, they're a client of mine through Capital Growth Partners, my consulting firm. They make product that will reduce your shipping cost, that will reduce or eliminate damage in shipping, from a labor cost that saves you time, it saves you space when it comes to storing the product. So there's a lot of ways that they can save clients money and help improve margins in the process. TransImpact, who is now a partner of theirs, works on the shipping side with all the different shippers and has a lot of different ways that they can help you find additional savings through the shipping process. So these two organizations are going to speak to the ways that they can help you do what you need to do, get product where you need to get it, but do it at the most economical rate possible and keep the most money in your pocket possible and help improve your margins in the process. So with that said, I'm going to introduce Michael from Aris Protective Packaging and Jay from TransImpact and let them take the show from here. So please give them your full attention. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Thank you, Bob. Can you guys hear me okay? Can you get your mic going, Mike? There you go. You're good. We're good. First off, thanks for having us. Certainly appreciate it. My name is Jay Yoakley, EVP, Chief Revenue Officer at TransImpact. As Bob mentioned, Michael and I, our firms, have partnered to bring a collective value proposition to our clients. And today, we want to keep it high level, but we want to really focus on how do we improve margin. Michael and I are in the business of not thinking about cost per package, but margin per package, and how do we drive bottom line impact for our collective client base. I'm going to talk primarily about shipping strategies. What are the details within your logistics operations that you need to focus on? How can you identify the key cost drivers? And then Michael, the expert on packaging, how do we team up what we're trying to do together to bring that back to the marketplace? See if I can, there we go. We thought it'd be impactful to start off with just showing the collective brands that we work with and we represent. Obviously, everybody in this room, or most of you, are shipping products today. That product has to go from point A to point B. It must go into a package, and you're paying for that shipping, or you're passing that shipping rate through to a customer, either at full cost, or you're passing some of it through and placing a margin using shipping as a profit center. But these brands that you see on the screen here have faced the same challenges and continue to face the same challenges that all of you do. And these brands have taken action on not just their shipping operations, but their packing optimization, and they continue to take action today. So point being, your challenges are not unique, you're not alone, and it's just a matter of if and when it's time to take action to optimize how you're currently operating today. So moving into the next slide, what are we going to focus on? We want to narrow the scope. We want to keep this simple, straightforward, and give you guys good key takeaways to walk away with. From a shipping standpoint, we want to focus on how do we engineer the optimal contract for our organization, specific down to the shipping DNA of your company, your business. How do we optimize service levels? How do we stop eroding margin by using the wrong services, paying close attention to time in transit and delivery times to ensure that we're not shipping through premium services when the package can get there at the same time through a ground network. Surcharge and accessorial management. Significant profits for the carriers come from the surcharge category. Probably not a surprise to many of you, particularly when the carriers are implementing over a dozen additional surcharges throughout the year now. What used to be peak season is now an annual peak that continues to impact shippers. Return strategy, and then how do we use data to really drive down to the variance in expected versus actual cost package. And on the package side, how do we create efficiencies and enhance the packaging efficiencies of how you're currently packaging your products today? Small changes, what those are, how do they lead to an improved ROI? What are the hidden cost savings that you're missing right now? And then better unboxing experience. At the end of the day, what we all strive to achieve is a optimized customer experience. The unboxing experience leads directly to that. So these are the focal points for today, and we'll jump right in. Michael?
Thanks, Jay. Thanks, Bob, for the introduction, and thank everybody for coming by today. Michael Lieberman, the president of Aris Protective Packaging, and I've had the unique experience to be in front of hundreds of companies facing the same challenges that every business follows. And had an insight from not a competitive to the people in the room, but more of a how can we enhance the bottom line with making small changes and sometimes big changes. And sometimes it's very difficult to choose the right packaging because it's usually the last thing on the list that people think of. This is something that people should be looking at the beginning of the challenge, not the end of the challenge. If you think about how much time and effort it takes to actually build a business to where you actually sell something and the customer says, okay, I'll take it. And then you say, okay, now how do I ship it? And how do I do it efficiently? And sometimes business growth is so strong, it's difficult to focus on these aspects of it, and especially when it comes to product breakage and it comes to packaging sizes. I'm sure there's plenty of people that buy from Uline in the room, and it's not necessarily a custom product for what you're using to ship out your products. So I want to talk about enhancing the packaging efficiencies, which is really putting out the best quality product in the smallest possible footprint with the least amount of damage. Because if you think about the product moving through the line from efficiencies inside your facility, how long does it take for the product to go from the shipping department, or let's say the stores department, to your packaging line? That all costs money. For every trip that they make back and forth, it's an issue. When you work with something like packaging peanuts, how efficient is it? Does the product move in transit? And it's something that is consistent across most of the companies that we deal with. The other is to improve ROI with small changes, and that could be downsizing a box from 5 inches to 4 inches for something because you don't need that extra space, and maybe you're buying it because that's a standard product that's off the shelf. But by making those type of changes, it could end up saving you thousands of dollars, because typically in this industry, most of the product ships by volume size, not by weight, because everything is so light. And because of that, you're paying more than you have to. So your goal would be to always reduce the packaging size to the smallest possible footprint with the most amount of protection, because you can't have one with the other. You can't make small and not have proper protection, because then your product is going to break and then you have returns. And then all the work you've done to build your business gets affected, which of course affects your brand. Hidden cost savings could be from maybe finding a way to improve the inside of the packaging, where maybe you can go from a double wall corrugated box to a single wall corrugated box, because a packaging company would say, oh no, you need something stronger, let's go to double wall corrugated, when the reality is it might not be the answer at all. It might be securing the product better inside the box and putting it into a smaller footprint all the time, and then the smaller, less expensive. And then of course, the smaller the package gets, you can now save money in the shipping cost. And that's why Jay and I, our companies, have partnered up together, because we feel that there is a one-two opportunity to teach clients about that and look at us as an extension of your business. To not necessarily, you might not have that rate supervisor who's able to do the job properly, or doesn't have the time, or as us as an extension of your packaging of your company, as your own packaging department, where you don't have to pay the cost to have it, just use the product and you get the benefit of it. Jay?
So what are the main parcel cost drivers? And I'm speaking really specifically to the mobile industry or similar industries where package dimensions are very similar to one another. First and foremost, Michael kind of already touched on this, but not just dim weight. Weight does matter in some situations, but the box size. The carriers love to have a small box that's filled and that's heavy and dense. What they don't like to have is a box that takes up space, that's very light and has a lot of wasted room and empty space inside of that. So when we're looking at top cost drivers that we can start to identify within the data that we have on hand, number one, let's look at our DIM. The DIM is a negotiable tool within the carrier agreement, and that can have significant impact on what you're currently paying today. Surcharge level inefficiencies, over 40% of carrier profits come from surcharges alone. The carriers are really good at two things. And they're good at a lot of things, but I'll focus on two. One, shipping packages, and two, making money. They really are great at both of those things. So when you have great base discounts and you have strong minimums, the surcharges and the accessorials are where the impact's really going to hit your bottom line. And when those surcharges start to accumulate, you may get hit with a large package additional handling. You may also have a residential surcharge or delivery area surcharge. Now you also have fuel surcharges tacked on. So it's kind of like getting a cell phone bill at the end of the month where you think you're paying $50 a month for your cell phone, and then all of a sudden you see about a dozen different line items on there of additional charges, and you're paying over $100, and you're trying to figure out where all these fees are. Same thing with the carriers. That's where these surcharges and accessorials really impact you. Misaligned contracts. This is really the foundation of where every company should start when you're looking at your current shipping operations. Is does your pricing agreement with the carrier align with the specific shipping DNA and package characteristics of your business? You must dissect that data and understand that how you're shipping, one, is it optimized? Are you using the correct service lanes based on customer promises and delivery times? Are the carriers meeting those? But are the discounts that you have in place aligned with, from a base discount standpoint, a minimum reduction standpoint, an accessorial standpoint, fuel surcharge, and DIM, in line with the specifics of your DNA relative to your package characteristics? That is the starting point for every company, because everything works off of that carrier agreement. Returns. Returns are a big point in this industry. It's a big point in a lot of industries, but particularly in this one. Optimizing your returns is a key area that every company must focus on. In fact, 1 out of every 4, I'll talk this here in a little bit, 1 out of every 4 companies today are overpaying the retail rates on returns, and they're increasing their cost 2 to 3x in most cases just simply by not having the right returns policies or discounts in place. And then insufficient monitoring. Getting access to data really was a table stakes type of ordeal years ago. How do I get my carrier invoice data into an accessible, user-friendly format so I can make data-driven decisions? Today, it's about how do I take that data and now operationalize that to ensure that I'm able to track the margin on every SKU instead of just focusing on what the cost per package is. But these are the main cost drivers outside the box, right? So when we're talking about where do you need to look at first and foremost as a company to eliminate margin erosion within that carrier agreement, this is where you want to start.
So this slide is start with the end in mind, but I just want to add something onto what Jay was talking about, the key drivers. And one of the things that's really important is that if you're selling product online and you're getting negative feedback because of breakage and poor packaging, that affects your ability to be at the top of the list when your people are searching for your product. And having your best reputation forward is really important, because the Amazons and eBays of the world will keep lowering you down in the scale and eventually delist you if you keep causing problems. And I'll go with the end in mind. So the end in mind is really kind of a philosophy to think about the customer that's opening up the package at the end of the line, to be able to think through the different steps and imagine yourself, which all of us are consumers, probably everybody buys stuff online. How do you enjoy the packaging experience when you're unboxing it? Is it something that's giving you satisfaction, or is it ending up coming broken? And you have to have the aggravation of creating a claim and talking with people who will return it for you and exchange it, but it causes a problem. The other thing is that if you are taking back returns, how is the product being returned? If you're selling an A-grade phone and it gets returned and it arrives back as a C-grade because the packaging wasn't done properly, you've just lost another $100. So it really makes a huge difference. The other thing is the shipping method. So if you're shipping individual packages, you need to make sure that they are to the correct size. Maybe something for a phone that you would have a package that would be fit into the one rate USPS plan, or with FedEx, to make sure the box is as small as possible. And then it would be important to understand that, to what Jay was saying, is the size really does matter, and the carriers love those bigger boxes. And my goal as a packaging company is always to sell less, not more, to reduce the packaging size as much as possible. And the other thing is the protection. The protection is the mantra of our company. We want to make sure that the proper materials are used to protect what you're shipping. It doesn't matter whether it is a phone or a gaming console or a computer or a bottle of vitamins. It doesn't really matter. It has to be protected well. You can't just haphazardly take materials and put them together and hope they're going to work. If you have somebody that you work with that's professional, understands the challenges, who has a deep understanding of a particular industry, that would be a good opportunity to partner with somebody that really understands it. The other thing was, say, like the complete journey analysis. It's basically to look back and analyze what you've actually done. How many returns have you had? How many overcharges have you had? Is the customer satisfaction good? Are your reviews good? So when you look at it, it's from the first part to the end part. From the beginning, when I said, you do all these steps to build your business, and then in the end you ship and it doesn't come back proper. It's the same thing for all the different steps that you do, and they're very important steps to take if you want to keep growing your business profitably without wasting time. That's really an important aspect.
Starting point, engineering the right contracts to match your shipping DNA. So as I mentioned, you must have a custom discount alignment. Now, custom means it's unique to your business. At TransImpact, the first thing that we do for any client that we have is we run a very comprehensive analysis to the shipping DNA characteristics, because how you operate today or how you plan to operate based on future growth, any new products on the horizon, current market fluctuations, which in the parcel market is very dynamic and volatile today, your agreement must stay best in class. It must stay current with the changes that are happening internally and externally. So customizing the discount alignment to your business is key, and again, it's a starting point for every organization. The accessorial fees, as I mentioned earlier, this is where the carriers are really gonna make their buck. I'll focus on DIM just as a brief example. It ties in very well to when we're talking about packaging. Even if you have a market appropriate DIM, which is saving you significant money and it's best in class, if your team is not inputting the correct DIM dimensions into the system when they are printing the label for that box, the carrier, even regardless of you having a great DIM factor, they're still gonna charge you a correction fee for having to go back in and recorrect those dimensions. So they're finding ways to make money, even when you have something that's strong in your agreement, but operationally, you guys have errors that are taking place inside the company and you're not inputting the right information when you are actually manifesting that label for the product to be shipped. Minimum charges. Minimums. Let's say you have a ground commercial 1 to 5 pound weight break package. You got a 50% discount and it's a $10 package that you're shipping. There's a lot of people who think they're paying $5 for that package. The reality is you may have a $9.83 minimum, which means that's the minimum you're gonna pay. So you're realizing a fraction of that 50% discount. There's a difference between your contractual discount and your effective discount. Carrier reps are infamous for walking into a shipper's office, putting a great agreement on the desk, saying, hey, Mr. Customer, I fought for this, I've got you great discounts on these service lanes, but what you don't see is the smoke and mirrors, and the minimum impact is only gonna allow you to realize just a fraction of what that discount actually is. The effective discount is what reflects in your invoices, not the contractual discount. So it's a very key point. And then performance-based rebates. This is not an unknown in the industry, but the carriers are very willing to provide performance-based rebates based on minimum volume commitments or earned discount thresholds that are very negotiable and very obtainable. So meaning if you have the right minimums from a volume perspective, package count that's shipping out on a monthly, quarterly, or annual basis, the carrier will reward you for that. And the more volume that you can give them or the more profitable they can be, you can actually cut into some of the margin that they're making on your business by negotiating rebates into that plan. So these are just some key tricks and trades that you can start to think about as you approach that next conversation with your carrier.
So the environmental and sustainability impact is multifaceted. It could be the materials that you're using. It could be the fact that your product is breaking, which is a horrible way to deal with sustainability because it can take 2,000 pounds of natural resources to make one cell phone, and you don't want that to be damaged because it's just a complete waste and it's horrible. The other thing is to have materials that are 100% recyclable, that don't take up a lot of space, that can properly protect the products that they're intended for. Don't expect something that's made for a cell phone to necessarily be able to protect handheld gaming device. It might not be the right thing. So the damage prevention ties together with the recycled materials because you can't necessarily always have the recyclable product because that might not be the appropriate product for what you're shipping. And if you're shipping it and the product is getting damaged, then the recyclable materials really mean nothing because the cost of that is negligible compared to the cost of actually having to replace a device. Think of all the steps it takes to get it. and it arrives damaged, then it would be not a very efficient way to do it. The other thing is when the product breaks, if you think about the extra steps that are required to take it back, to deal with the managing of the return, talking to the customer, appeasing them and making them feel better for for the product that you've shipped damaged, it affects the brand recognition of your company and could degrade your potential profit margins by increasing damages. The other one is the dimensional efficiency, and that would be really, like I spoke about before, is to make the product as small as possible for the actual piece that you're shipping. Because the carbon footprint to ship things twice would be much greater than to ship it once, and we want to really think it through from start to finish to make sure that you're using the right product and the right size, not too small, not too large. If you need a 1-inch barrier around the product, make sure you have your 1-inch. Don't make it slightly smaller because I can save 20 cents on a box. It's not worth the 20-cent savings. And then resource conservation would be more along the lines of, do you use recyclable materials? Do your suppliers provide you with recyclable materials? And where does materials come from? How far are they coming from? So in other words, if you're bringing in product that's being built into something that's coming from overseas and being converted in North America, the carbon footprint and actually getting the product on site could be very detrimental, and it also can potentially cause a lot of delays. So resource conservation, recycled paper, plastic that's recyclable, and of course resource conservation goes back to the second point, which is damage prevention. That really makes a huge difference in the conservation and saves the water and complete environment. It's a very important part.
So moving on from the actual pricing agreement itself with the carrier, once you have that set in place, again, that's the foundation, the starting point. How do we optimize our service levels and the carrier logic that we're utilizing internally with our teams? Matching the transit times to the service level agreements without overpaying. Transit times obviously are very important. Some companies focus on price, some companies focus on pure customer experience, some companies kind of live in a blend in the middle. But the first thing you want to try to identify is your zone segmentation. What zones are you shipping through? Are you using the right service levels that allow you to reach those zones in the time in transit that's necessary, but at the most cost-effective route? I see too often that companies are just selecting a service level for no other reason than, you know what, we got to get this out and get it there as soon as we can, so we're going to ship this priority overnight or next day early AM. And the fact of the matter is that product didn't need to get there the next day that early. It could have gotten there 2 days, 3 days, and in a lot of cases you may select a 3-day air service where you could have selected a 3-day ground service based on the zone segmentation that you're looking to ship to. Utilizing ground ties into what I just said, so again, just make sure that we're optimizing the service levels based on the requirements necessary. There are going to be times where you have to ship premium. Totally understand that. And if that is your primary business model and the primary service lane that services your business based on your customers' demands and requirements, then let's make sure that's what we focus on when we're negotiating that pricing agreement. Automation rules. Automation is key in anything that any company does, specifically with the enhancements of technology. How do we build these rules into our internal systems? How do we get the data fragmentation to be eliminated from the internal systems that we have so that the systems speak to each other and we can automate our processes to eliminate human error? Kind of going back to my point previously on dimensional corrections. We have a client, they ship eyeglasses. Eyeglasses put into a box not all too similar from the size boxes that Michael and his team are putting cell phones in. And when we worked with this company, the first thing we did was we did an optimization exercise to understand how their internal teams were utilizing the systems that they had to input all the information before they were manifesting their packages that were going out the door. And there was $1.3 million cost savings that we were able to obtain. Sadly, because we found that 2 individuals in the company were just typing in numbers when they were putting in the dimensions. And then they were getting corrected every single time by the carrier. And that was just a lack of internal processes and oversight, and really just a key identification of where one small change can have a 7-figure impact based on how the operation is. But building that automation and setting those rules in place can eliminate a lot of those errors. And then performance tracking. Are the carriers actually adhering to the performance requirements and to the service levels that you're shipping with? At the end of the day, your customer experience is everything. Your brand is everything. Do not allow a vendor to jeopardize that on your behalf. So track the performance, have your measurables, and make sure that you can hold your carriers accountable, just like they're also going to hold you accountable to a lot of those volume commitments that I mentioned earlier.
So this is an important aspect of how to do it the right way. Finding the supplier that has the fit and expertise in what you're shipping. Specialization is an important part, because if you're dealing with a box company that has no experience in shipping electronics, they might not be the perfect partner for you to be able to do that. We've seen it time and time again where we go into clients and they're using a product that is way oversized or way undersized with not enough protection, and it's not because they don't want to, it's because they don't understand. There's challenges in shipping electronics that have to be dealt with from the beginning, and if you have somebody that understands that uniquely, it will make your voyage as a shipper a lot better. When it comes to the innovation in the leadership, it would be basically who is investing in new technology, who's bringing ideas to the table that could maybe take something from non-recyclable to recyclable, and how can we enhance labor? So in other words, if something's taking you 2 minutes to do right now and you can do it for 1 minute and 45 seconds, if your volumes are high, that 15 seconds makes an enormous impact. We've seen customers that have been able to reduce packaging speed times by 50%, and some of them reducing the actual size of the packaging by 70%, but it's only when you have an expertise in the product. You can't go to somebody that doesn't have it. You can, but I think through my experience dealing with hundreds of companies, it's very difficult to have that ability. Inventory reliability is really important in this industry specifically, because a lot of the product that moves through this channel and the ITAD channel are related to spot buys. Not everybody will have inventory of, let's say you have to ship 50 iMac computers. How do you pack them? And typically someone would go to a U-line and buy tons of bubble wrap and put it in, and it's something that is not necessarily the best way to do it, because once you've sold it, you want to arrive in perfect condition. So inventory reliability would be, oh, I need 1,000 of this. Do you have it in stock for a particular SKU? And have that material available. The other thing relating to the innovation would be, are packages that you are getting from your suppliers actually tested through ISTA standards to make sure that what you're shipping is actually well protected? And that's a really important part to think about, because if you don't test it, you're having your customer test it, and it's not necessarily the best way to have a customer open up a broken product. We've seen customers working with over 20% break rates and making some important changes, going down to 0.1%, because there's a knowledge base that you need to have to be able to do it efficiently. Inventory reliability is really important for that spot buy. You need to get something. You can't necessarily wait 3 weeks to get a package. And since COVID, corrugated manufacturers are not really interested in smaller companies. They're only interested in the big companies, because they're tied into Amazon to sell product, and all the production goes to them. And customers that were smaller buyers are now forced to go to brokers and not deal directly with the corrugated manufacturers. So the inventory is really an important part to be able to turn on a dime and have the right materials. The other is the customization. You might have a project for something that requires something that does not exist, and you want to have it designed, and you want to understand what your requirements are to be able to give that information to your supplier so they properly understand what you need. But some people don't do custom. They like to do standard boxes, 10 boxes. That's what their business is, and that's what they specialize in. It's not in their wheelhouse to be able to customize. So choosing a company that has the skills to customize, that can do testing internally, that has the experience through shipping many packages for customers using the packaging to ship a large sampling size, not necessarily 1 or 10 or 20, but hundreds of thousands of pieces, where you understand what the proper product is. And the customization is really important, because every product has a different requirement, drop test, compression rates, how they're handled, are batteries going in it, or not going into it? Is it a one-way shipment? Is it a two-way shipment? Is it bulk? Is it individual? So the customization is really important to get that part right to keep increasing your margins.
Reverse logistics. Anybody in the room, show of hands, that has to deal with returns as an issue on a recurring basis? Yeah, I figure it's reverse logistics has become a much more common phrase within the industry. I guess I won't say phrase, but more of just a focal point now. And this is one thing that Michael and I early on really kind of gravitated towards each other on between our firms. Enhancing the packaging, right? So take away just getting good return rates and discounts for a second. Focus on how do we eliminate returns. And some are unavoidable. Everybody understands that. But if we can optimize packaging to eliminate damaged or broken goods, how many returns can we start to eliminate from the day-to-day process that we're now having to rerun through our operations and our systems, and then sometimes pay for the same shipping 2 to 3 times over again just to get the same outcome that we were trying to achieve the first time around. Not to mention the degradation of the customer's experience and the brand image through that process. Believe it or not, even though that's the carrier's fault, and a lot of times that packages do get damaged, it's often still associated with the brand. So that's why vendor selection and carrier optimization is so key, when we can eliminate these things. So how do we be strategic in the return management aspect of that? First off, we want to optimize the labels of what we're returning, the frequency, we want to track this, but primarily the one thing I just want to focus on here to kind of wrap this up is separating from a P&L perspective how you are analyzing and tracking financially your origin to destination shipments from first routing to the reverse logistics aspect of it. Let's separate the two and understand first-time shipments that are going out the door based on customer order, B2B or B2C. And then let's look at it in a separate lens, the reverse logistics aspect of it. How many returns? Why are they getting returned? And then what is the financial implications of those returns? It's not just to come to work. It's not just a line item that has to be addressed. They can be eliminated in a lot of cases. And where they can't be eliminated, they can be optimized based on negotiating what is best for your business, specific to that volume within your current invoice data, to make sure that the carrier is giving you best-in-class rates on those returns management. And then if you're outsourcing that, if you're outsourcing reverse logistics to a third party, having that same approach with that third party. If they're the ones that are handling the fulfillment, pick, pack, and ship, and returns, and they're paying for shipping, they need to take that same approach because you're a partner of theirs, and ultimately your brand image is a reflection of how they're going to handle your products as well. So our key takeaways, I'll turn it to you first. Well, packaging first, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to add on one quick thing relating to Jay. We do product work in the music industry, and I'll give a quick analogy to put it into perspective. It takes about 250 steps to build a guitar. The last one is to package it. If you don't package it, the first 250 steps now become 500 steps and a very unhappy customer. So it's really important to get that part right, because reducing returns is really an important aspect, especially when it comes to product that's shipped online, where someone can actually leave a review on your product. So on the takeaway that I think are the important parts of it would be brand building. And brand building is making sure that the customer gets the product that they expected in the perfect condition that they expected to buy it in. We want to make sure that that's really a way to enhance profit, to make your business more efficient, and to have people come back and recommend you, because recommendations are the best, and you don't always necessarily have to sell the product cheaper when you have a good brand. Think about Apple as an example. They don't give away anything because of the brand. Customer experience is paramount to the unboxing, to having them love the product that they get and not even really think about necessarily the packaging, but be so happy with the product that they got. It does what it's supposed to. Quality perception would be something that's very important to, is a combination of, let's say, customer experience, brand building, and performance, because the quality of the output is as good as the input is going to be from where it starts off in the journey of the product. And then, of course, business performance is important, because obviously we're in here to make a profit. And if you don't do the first 3 things correctly, the business performance is going to suffer unnecessarily when you don't choose the right person to partner with. And then the key considerations with packaging isn't really a box. It's a brand recognition of your product, and it's how people perceive you as a business. The unboxing experience has become more and more important. If you look on YouTube, you see tons of videos of people opening packaging, and the ones that are the most prominent are the ones where packaging fails. and you see it over and over again. And that's really something that is important. And something that's really important is the cheapest is not necessarily the cheapest. Sometimes it becomes way more expensive to do it that way, opposed to doing it right the first way. And again, the enhancing the customer experience really makes your business a lot better, more nimble, repeat business, improve margins, etc.
And lastly, what are the takeaways from a shipping aspect? So number one, audit the service level logic, right? So we want to make sure that we're optimizing service level selection based on the SLAs that we have in place. Analyze your shipping DNA and the package characteristics of your business. Utilize that data when negotiating to make sure that you have the optimal agreement in place that meets the specific needs and requirements of the organization. That's the foundation. Everything works off of that agreement. Removing the surcharge exposure ties into that same point. Always remember that's where 40% plus of carrier profits come from. So even though you may feel great about the base discounts and the minimums and the dim divisor that you've negotiated, pay very close attention to what they're making up in the back end from a surcharge aspect. Track your unit economics. Get down to the SKU level data, margin per package. Incorporate cost of goods sold, sales and revenue information. What is the landed cost? That is what we should be focused on. Margin out the door, not just the top line cost out the door. And then implement a cost monitoring process, kind of going back to the client that I mentioned, all the way down to your people, right? So obviously we want to automate as much as we can, but so many errors can be eliminated just by process optimization, having the right logics in place and understanding that if we can remove any type of human error or systematic error, the cost drivers and implications that can have on your business are substantial. But if you have to start at one point, always start with the foundation of what agreement do you have in place. There are very good negotiators out there, but it's very difficult to understand the nuances from a profitability and an operating ratio perspective of how the carriers make money. Utilize your resources wisely to ensure that everything you're doing is building that world-class, best-in-class agreement, because everything's going to trickle off of that. So we appreciate it. Thank you guys very much. If you do have any questions, feel free to ask them now. If not, Michael and I will be standing around here for a few minutes afterwards, but we appreciate your time. And we'll wrap it up here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
No questions. Y'all have a good one. Yeah.
Sometimes I just can't take it.
Okay. So let's get started. Hit record. Our topic today is unconventional thinking on mobile devices in the enterprise. Today you'll hear from 3 leaders with radically different companies and different points of view. So my goal here is to get us, let's see whether we can, okay. So what we're going to share with you are a couple different things. We're going to share red flags that kill deals, pitfalls that you want to avoid, ways to improve stickiness. So everybody wants more stickiness with their customers, right? Strategies, ways to embed yourselves into the enterprises as they consolidate their vendors, and how to transform from hardware and one-and-done deals into managed recurring revenue. So real quickly, if you're not familiar with ETMA, we are a nonprofit industry trade association created by solution providers for solution providers. And all actions are designed to benefit our members as opposed to profiting from them. And on average, our attendees report that they're creating 2.9 new partnerships at our conferences. This statistics from the last 3 conferences that we've had at ETMA, that they were not doing business with before the conference, not people that they met at the conference that they knew from last time around. So good stuff there. In terms of what ETMA is all about, we bring together like-minded people invested in each other's success. So it's amazing. Even though they're arch-rival competitors, they like to see each other succeed. They're partnering across many different verticals, so a little bit different than what you have here, where almost everybody's in the same vertical, and they're looking to grow their business through these partnerships and deliver winning solutions to clients. So with that, let me get to our guests. So our panelists, I'll start with Chris all the way on the end there, Chris Vandenberg. He's VP of Sales at Everphone, and he brings a high-octane sales background. Previously, he was with Mobile Iron, Avante, and Supply Wisdom, and he's really passionate about this whole idea of device, lifecycle, and moving from leasing to a concept of rental of devices. So we'll get into that in just a second. For those of you that don't know about Everphone, that haven't spoken to him yet at this conference, Everphone replaces traditional device procurement with device as a service. For enterprises, it also manages logistics, upkeep, upgrades, retiring hardware, recycling, and he's bringing user-centric models wrapped into other services that streamline mobility for end users. Next, we've got Jason Koenigsberg. He's Chief Revenue Officer at Asanyet, and Jason is an industry veteran. Jason, I think we know each other for almost 30 years now. Crazy.
We don't have to go there. Yeah, long time.
So we go back a ways a little bit. And Jason, he brings a background in IT financial management, as well as telecom expense management, mobility management, cloud. He's ITL as well as Six Sigma certified, so he's an educated man. At Asanyet, he's responsible and he's the architect for their fully automated telecom and IT lifecycle management program. So he's responsible for driving growth, product strategy, and M&A activity. And they have had quite a bit of M&A activity of late. So Asanyet's got 11 patents with their Wayfast platform. They offer low-code automation, proprietary RPA for mobile fixed and IT assets. So it's all about parsing invoices, really detailed invoices from carriers globally, managing provisioning,
providing tighter governance for enterprises, all with a global scale, as I mentioned. In 2023, they acquired Zygo, that's NTT's division that was in telecom expense management, and more recently, this past April, they acquired CAS Information Services, Telecom Expense Management, and IT Services Group. So they're busy with acquisitions, and Claudio promised that he's working on getting another deal done by December. And speaking about getting deals done, our next guest, Mark Gato, is Managing Director for Falcon Capital. So Falcon Capital Partners, he brings a 30-year banking as well as IT experience. He heads their technology practice, and he's focused on software and software-enabled enterprise solutions. And he's a trusted advisor to both CEOs, advising them on M&A strategies. They're more on the sell side. So he's the guy you want to talk to if you're interested in selling your business, okay? He's also the guy you want to talk to if you looking to raise capital, because they do that for organizations as well. So very interesting background there that Mark brings to the table. He worked for SAP back in the day, a long time ago. Falcon was founded in 2001. They're a leading investment bank, as I mentioned, and they're all about delivering sell-side advice and strategic advisory services for organizations. So when you got to get your books ready to make a sale, that's an organization that you want to talk to. So let's get to the unconventional thinking. This is either going to be a train wreck or it's going to be really exciting. As you can see, these three have a really different background. So instead of getting three companies that were like all in the same space and kind of are all complementary, when you look at this, they're really very different. So Chris, let's start with you. Let's just talk about this whole idea. I mentioned it in your intro, this idea about rental versus leasing. Why don't you talk to that a little bit?
Most people, when they're sourcing for large-scale deployments, they obviously need a lot of funding if they want an OpEx model. And leasing is a financial vehicle that is actually designed for very expensive depreciating assets. And mobile phones, tablets, laptops are not one big device, they're lots of little devices. And so in a leasing vehicle, you can't add and you can't subtract. In a rental model, we're trying to emulate the cloud. When you need more, you add more. When you need to downsize, economic downturn, you can restock devices. You can allow employees to purchase device or choose the device that they actually want to use. So you have way more financial flexibility in a rental model than you would with any traditional leasing program. But most people that are trying to emulate a DaaS service are trying to seek a financial vehicle that is doing that. But we partner with a lot of partners that are doing some of the services, and so it's we're providing a financial vehicle that gives way more flexibility to the end user themselves.
Okay, so you'd say the hallmark of it is flexibility when you compare rental versus leasing.
Yeah, with a leasing program, you have a limited deployment window. You have to deploy all at once. If you're not, you're creating multiple leases and multiple payment contracts. With a rental model, you can add devices at any time as you scale, create more deployments, et cetera, and we allow restocking. So if you have to downsize, you have to let go 10% of your workforce, we can take those devices back without you being financially obligated to pay for the term. You also get things like when employees leave the company, we can allow employees to purchase the devices for a prorated amount. We can allow employees to do payroll deductions, get devices that they actually want versus what the company's providing. All of these things are options that a leasing program does not offer.
Gotcha. And how does it affect the total cost of ownership?
I would say in our world, most of our partners are smaller companies that are doing some of the services. But what you want to do in total cost of ownership is you want to provide full lifecycle. You want to start with the procurement and selection of the devices. You want to talk about the management and the help desk, the shipping, staging, kitting, the full management of it, the device repair or replacement, all the way to the end of the term. And in a rental model, we take all those devices back. So we are recovering the asset at the end of the term, which companies generally are statistically really bad about. You know, Bob was talking about 5 billion plus devices out there just sitting in shelves. We are taking all those devices back, and so completing the full life cycle allows you to get really sticky with customers and reduce the operational cost. Ernst & Young is one of our customers, and what they found in an internal audit is when you add up procurement, help desk, device management, logistics, inventory, warehousing, break fix, insurance, claims, deductibles, et cetera, you average about 3 to 4 man hours per device per year, which is a lot of IT operational time. When you use a service like ours, everything is included, and they reduce or they can repurpose all those IT man hours. And so the total cost of ownership goes down dramatically when you have a model that's a fully managed service. And so in our partners that are doing the 3PL, or they're doing the MDM, or they're doing the help desk, or they're doing the TEM, it creates a model that's sticky for all partners involved. It creates operational efficiencies for the customer, and it allows them to break free from something like device subsidies from carriers or other leasing or other financial terms that don't include any of their services.
Gotcha. Jason, talking about life cycle, that's like a big calling card for Assignet, but I think you come at it a little bit differently.
Yeah, no, I think, and this is important to understand the life cycle today, because I see a lot in the show today, a lot about selling hardware. And for me, where I see this going, and I think everyone sees that, is the entire life cycle. A device is a device. It's part of an ecosystem, right, out there today. And what we see is, how do I do that? How do I procure that device? How do I make the end user more sticky, right? How do I bring more value to my end user client? Because everyone here, we want to grow our businesses. We want to understand what's out there. And the key part of that is when we look at the life cycle, it's kind of like a big word out there that means a lot of things. So I think for what we've seen and how we've grown Assignet is, how do we get into that life cycle? And that life cycle means a lot of things for these devices, right? How do I get it hooked up with a service? How do I dispose of that service? How do I do all the things that you do? So our ability to kind of look at the entire life cycle and continue to fit into that ecosystem. And that ecosystem is done from a couple of ways. And every individual out there has to make the decision. You could decide to build your life cycle, right? Build the technology. You could decide to partner on that life cycle, right? Or you have to figure out individually what you want to do. And that's been the journey that we've seen. And it's interesting through acquisition too, right? How do I integrate that? Because what I see, and I think we see the trend out there, is that the end user is super confused. They have a lot of people trying to sell them a lot of things every day. And I think that if we, as a collective group, could make it easier for the end user and fit that ecosystem together on lifecycle, I think for everybody, it makes the clients it makes them happier, it gives more satisfaction, it makes the client sticky, and then we want to expand that lifecycle. Because beyond mobile, we kind of look at that, what's the difference between a mobile device and a Teams license? It's nothing. It's the same concept. So for me, what I'm seeing in the show, and to relate back, is how do I integrate that? How do you look at what you're doing as a business today and kind of figure that out piece by piece?
Great. And Mark, when you're coaching a client, when you coach a client and you're trying to help them increase their valuations, what levers are most important as it relates to recurring revenue?
Yeah, it's a great question. And by the way, thanks everyone for showing up. Much appreciated. Look, in terms of what can you do to enhance value, there's some really obvious stuff that many of you are going to say, sure, of course. Grow your revenue, grow your margins, grow your market share, grow your net new customers, things like that. But to your point, Joe, about what's some added level of value, if at all possible, can you think about a reoccurring or subscription model for your solution set? If you're a managed service, can you build the correct licenses? Because they have to be written properly. You have to have the right revenue recognition consideration and things like that. And there's even some things, if you have a repeatable service, let's say, and maybe you have some one-time services, there's a certain amount of one-time services that are not repeatable, but not reoccurring, not contractual reoccurring, but you can probably move them up. We're doing this right now for a company. 50% of the revenue is reoccurring, contractual reoccurring. They have about 10, 15, 20% that is, they do every time they bring a customer on site. We're going to try to move that up into the contract, get the right revenue recognition down, spread the payment out over time, and now they're 50% of their reoccurring revenue becomes 60, 65, 70%. And in the M&A world, if you got things tidied up pretty well, you can trade off a revenue multiple versus a cash flow multiple. So being able to do the right things with your contracts, with your revenue recognition, et cetera, and moving things up into a recurring revenue line is pretty important. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you firms should think hard about that.
So let's pivot a little bit. Chris and Jason, what helps transform you from like a one and done hardware service deal? I mean, unfortunately, that's kind of how I see it a lot, is, you get this elephant deal. It's great. You're partying. You're so happy you got this big deal, but it's one and done. It's like, how do I make it sustainable? And how is that different from what you do, which is more of like a managed service relationship with recurring revenue? Jason, why don't you kick it off, and then Chris?
I think the number one thing from my experience that you see is really understanding the client. Take an evaluation of how you're selling today, ask the questions, understand the details of what's going on, and understand how you specifically fit into that, right? Because we talk about, it's the same question about the life cycle, right? The life cycle is there whether you want the life cycle to be there or not, right? I need to do a lot of things. The enterprise wants to be efficient in what they do. They don't want to take 3 hours per person to do that, every enterprise. And it really also depends really clearly on the target you're going for. We deal with large enterprises. It's very different than a mid-market enterprise. It's different than if you're selling through a channel or you're selling direct. So really, to me, is to take stock in understanding where you're at. Take an honest assessment, right? One thing I see is like, really understand where I'm at today and where I want to go tomorrow, have a plan, and then figure out from that standpoint where I want to fit into that life cycle and how to use that ecosystem, and ask those questions and understand. That's how I see it, and that's how I see the transformation of what you have to do, talking about, Joe, what you're saying today, from a hardware to fitting into that and understanding that whole ecosystem today.
Just to add on to what he's saying is, we understand if your specific niche in the business is not in the life cycle or in the full aspect of that managed service, but you can easily find partners that you can go to market with that help you fulfill the full life cycle of it. So many people here are involved in the buying of the old assets, but that's a one-time transaction. But if you can work with partners to create a full life cycle product, you're no longer just buying that one-time transaction. You're creating repeatable revenue of always getting their old assets as they come back, hopefully in the part of the deployment of the new assets, and then the manage of all the assets, and then the help desk or the break fix or the TEM or get yourself involved and use partners to help you fulfill out that go-to-market piece, people that you don't compete with necessarily, but you might have synergistic relationships with. I do business every day with partners that I might have overlapping services with, but our go-to-market together is stronger than it is apart. So we don't worry about the places where we compete. We work together on the places where we have synergy.
So basically what you're saying is, with partners, you fill gaps in that you have with where a partner may have a gap or you have a gap, and you work together to fill that gap, as opposed to focusing on, oh my gosh, they compete with us on this aspect of what we do.
Sell a solution, not a product, right? And a solution is a long-term revenue, it's repeatable revenue, it's reoccurring revenue, and a one-time transaction, the next time that transaction comes up, you're competing with just about everybody else for bottom dollar, and it's not a good business model. If you can create a repeatable strategy and a solution set, sometimes you have to bring in other partners to do so. It works better for everybody.
Does anybody have any question, or does anybody want to add anything to what you just heard from the audience? No?
No, Joe, the only thing I would add to that, and I agree, and understanding that is the only caveat I would add is understand in the partner, because partner is another thing. Everyone wants to partner and do well. It's really understanding where you play in that partnership and what message you're delivering to the end user, right? Because it has to be super coordinated, and understanding to have a partnership is great, but where I think where the rubber meets the road is the management of that operational partnership, right? Because it's one thing to sell something, it's a completely different thing to operate something. So one thing, again, lessons learned, is what we see is that really take notice of, okay, day one, it's kind of easier to sell than manage. So if you really look at when this is operational, what do I really have to do? To me, that is a super critical part to everyone who's looking to do that. Just have a plan on how to manage that partnership when it's actually live and the client is annoyed about something and they need something from you. Is it me? Is it the partner? Or is it some other person? I don't know where they're doing it. I would just say that's just my lesson learned to share with the audience of what we're doing.
Yeah, you guys play in a sector. There's a value chain. There's why people buy from you. So this is a value chain. Where do you fit in that value chain? How can partners help you become more valuable because you're together? Are some of the things you need to think about. And that partnership could be an M&A deal, or it could just be a marketing channel, or it could be some sort of other form of relationship. And if you do that, Joe mentioned I was at SAP. SAP built this entire ecosystem of partners, and people like Accenture would sell 50 product lines, 50 solution sets into an Alcoa or Lockheed Martin, and put everything on one piece of paper. And that's how it remained sticky, and that's how the value was positioned to the enterprise. So it wasn't just SAP, it was all this other stuff that got bundled around it. And I think that's what you guys are talking about. So anyway.
So what you're hearing is it's this idea of building out an ecosystem. Yesterday, Kitty on the Women's and Wireless panel, she brought up that phrase, the ecosystem within wireless. Chris, what sort of ecosystem have you built with Everphone where you've got partners with some of your offerings?
In 7 years, we now deliver in 42 countries, and that's because of partners. So I have small partners that are local MSPs. I have large partners like some of the world's biggest carriers. So I think, anybody that can be aligned with your business can be a value add if you figure out, once again, just like Mark was just mentioning, in the value chain, where do you fit in, and how can you have a mutually beneficial relationship with partners, large or small? And I think from a go-to-market perspective, especially when you're a smaller company, you don't have brand recognition. Going out and finding new business can be very challenging. But with partners, you can be bigger, sell a bigger value prop solution. You can go to market better, use co-marketing together. You can do a lot more things to find yourself into what we generally sell to is mid-market or larger enterprise. I'm not a huge company, but when you get bigger, you need that value chain to sell a bigger solution to larger enterprises for them to be able to understand your credibility. You really need to build out that ecosystem. And so going to events like this and finding partners that align with your business and align with what your value prop is can just be mutually beneficial.
So the idea is when you put together a team, if you've got a relationship within an organization or something where you're selling devices and that person leaves that company and now you've lost that relationship. Or last night we went to dinner and we were talking, and this guy that we were talking with, he mentioned that he just picked up the phone and called one of his contacts because he noticed they hadn't been doing any business for 3 months, and all of a sudden the business picked up.
the idea is if you build a ecosystem, if you build out a partnership where you've got multiple partners, you become embedded within the enterprise or within the organization. And now, if that person leaves the company, they still need you and they're still buying from you because you've got this whole integrated solution. Jason, can you give us some examples of some of the partnerships that Asania's put together where you filled gaps and you built out a complex solution for clients?
No, and partnerships, as we're talking about here, are super important in how we utilize that. So an example would be staging and kitting for mobile phones in that life cycle, right? We're a software company assigned that, right? We want to automate business process. I don't want to touch this hardware. So clients want, again, the big enterprises, they demand a lot of things, right? So we want to manage the partnership. So we use partners today to do the physical staging. We call it staging and kitting, taking the device, wiping the device. But again, I can't emphasize enough, the most, for me, important part of that is it was fairly easy to put a partnership together to go to the client and explain this is what we're doing, how you do an RFP, how you bid it. Where it got more complicated for us and where we had is what are we presenting to the client? How do I do that quarterly QBR with the client, with the partner? Because at the end of the day, we're the name on that contract, right? We're bringing that partner in. We're responsible operationally if that partner fails. So how do I report on it? What are the metrics? How do I integrate their metrics into my dashboards, right? That to me was the challenge that we faced. So that's an example of a partnership we do all the time. We go, and as we do that, but the key is how we operationalize that partnership was the key to success, because the client just really wants to come to you and you manage that. If it's 5 partners, you're handling those 5 partners, right? The other example, I'll give you a quick example, is in part of our process, we have a bill pay process. We pay the invoices for our clients. So that's another complicated in the fintech part of this world that we partner, because we're not a bank, right? So we partner with that. But that process, again, needs to be integrated. We have to make sure that those checks go out, that we get the feedback that checks were paid. So it's an ongoing evolution of what we're doing, and we're constantly trying to innovate to make that process better. How do we get the data back into our system so the client, when they go into our system, sees all the details? Because the other piece that I think is super critical is that you really, again, depending upon how you sell this, a lot of times the partners are silent. They're not part of it. So you really have to understand that information to be able to give the client back, this is what the partner's doing, and manage that. So that's 2 examples of what we're doing today in partnering that's successful, but it takes time, it takes patience, and it takes understanding what that is. It's not good enough to say, oh, this partner does that, I don't really care what they do. You really have to understand what that partner does.
So a key takeaway is that the enterprise customer wants one neck to choke. So you may be building this partnership with multiple partners, but at the end of the day, you've got to have metrics that support the partnership, and the customer needs to know, okay, I'm going to choke this, and this is where I go if there's a problem. Mark, how about for you? What sort of red flags have you seen? You know, you get to look behind a lot of dark closets and stuff when you're looking at deals and stuff. Have you seen some partnerships that have gone bad, or situations where it's like, oh my gosh, this is going to affect the valuation? Or maybe from the other side, you've seen some partnerships that really add to the valuation, and you're looking, how can I ensure this partnership continues after the deal goes through?
Well, in terms of partnerships in M&A, you know, if you're a company and you're selling, you have some sub-partners, subcontractors that you're working for. Just having all the contracts all cleaned up and ready to go. And I don't really see too many problems with that. There might be some problems, hit or miss problems with IP and having that licensed properly. You may have a third-party IP baked into your solution set, your software, for example. But the biggest problems we see in M&A when we go in and represent a client is is their accounting's a mess. It's not granular enough, right? And it's not capturing certain things depending on the company. It's different for each company. It could be deferred revenue, could be revenue recognition, could just be not being able to follow things like churn and retention. We have a company right now, the guy's saying, I have 99% retention. Here's my invoice data, and you look at everything, and it's like, now you got about 60% retention. So, so being, you need to have really good accounting data. Use accounting as a strategic weapon so it could feed your operational reporting, like retention and churn and stuff like that. So that's kind of the mess we see a lot. It takes time to kind of get that stuff recast, get the numbers recast so we can properly present it to an investor or to a buyer, look them in the eye and say, you can follow the numbers, right? The other thing that happens is the story doesn't match the numbers. So a CEO might be super excited about their business. Like, we got the greatest business, we got the greatest people, our customers like us, blah, 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 blah. But the numbers don't match. So what we always try to get people to think about is, let's build a business, let's get your numbers straight, let's build a business model. Let's think about where you're going, what's a 3-year goal, what are the initiatives you're going to fund to achieve that goal, who's going to be running those initiatives, who are you going to hold accountable and responsible, what are the metrics you're going to measure them by, right? So you get all that stuff in place, and then think about your competitive advantage. Why do people buy from you versus somebody else? Why do they buy now versus waiting? Get all that stuff in. Now you have a storyline that you're building based upon the numbers that we've discovered for you or that are at hand. So the story's got to match the numbers. And then when you come in and you do your management reviews with the buyer and investors, you have all this built out in the presentation. They think you guys are a bunch of McKinsey experts that know how to run a company. And the risk meter goes down, the valuations go up, life's good. That's a perfect story that we try to build out for people. And so yeah, Joe, that's kind of the numbers, the stories, and things matching up, dealing with reality.
Makes sense.
And presenting
Gotta
it
have good
properly.
alignment. Chris, what sort of unconventional revenue streams do you see in mobility that have you excited for the next 12 months?
Well, I should say the thing that excites me the most is Gartner's making a quadrant for device as a service. Right now they said large enterprise uses a device as a service about in 20% of corporations, and it's expected to be 70% of corporations by 2030. So I think my model around owning the full life cycle and others of owning the full life cycle is really the place you want to focus. There is, once again, as we've been talking about, there's a difference between a one-time transaction and a reoccurring revenue, and you need to find yourself and position yourself as a service, predictable revenue, reoccurring revenue, and all-encompassing, right? So many employers, especially in the SMB and the mid-market world, they don't have the expertise, and you need to focus on helping them understand you don't need the expertise. Rely on me for that expertise, and let me provide this as a managed service for you for continually as you're growing. And because MDM expertise or help desk expertise or even the shipping, staging, kitting, inventory, warehousing, replacement, all of that, companies rarely have the manpower to do that. So I think it's focusing on life cycle. We've already talked about it, but reoccurring and create yourself into a managed service if you're not already.
Can I ask you a question? So here's my question to you guys. Is what I see out there is there's this thing out there called AI, right? And I see all you guys capturing a whole bunch of data, right? So what are you doing with the data? Jason, you mentioned you guys collect a lot of data. So is there a way to monetize the data, right? And if not monetize it, is there a way to make your processes, more efficient, to grab more margin, for example? So that's the question that I have. I don't know if people are working on that.
Yeah,
It's,
Jason,
sure you
Jason
are.
and I, both of our companies focusing on modernizing the platform in which they manage their assets, the way that they order their assets, the procure, the life cycle of them. And we both focus on automating through APIs and software technology. And the key to being able to do that, I mean, AI, we're using a little bit of AI, but really it's about the automation, right? Like, where can you remove a human and add a bot? Saves companies a lot of money, whether they like it or not. And so I think that part of our business of automating workflows, a perfect story is, and us, we automate right to their ITSM. So they hire a new employee, that employee gets a login, that employee chooses their own device, their phone, their tablet, their laptop, it ships directly to them. If they have any issues, the help desk comes directly to us. If they break their device for any reason, it comes directly to us. IT doesn't ever have to touch, approve, sign off, or get a ticket in any one of those scenarios. And it's all automated on a back end, so even we barely have to touch it unless somebody actually needs to talk to the customer. So automating workflows is the future, and you got to figure out how to get into that business and create that for your customers to speed efficiency, to save costs.
Can I ask another question? the other
But
question.
you got to give Jason a chance to answer that
Go,
question
I'll-
first.
okay.
Hold that question, Jason. Let's hear a little bit about how you are
I'm
utilizing
going to go back
data.
to your original question because I think that was an amazing question you asked. I think for me, it's a simple answer. As a service. You ask where revenue is coming from. Additionally, it's the word as a service. The whole world is going to as a service. I think, like I said in the beginning, the difference between managing a mobile phone subscription, a SaaS license, right, a Wi-Fi as a service is where the world is going. That's the trend, right? Whether we like that trend or don't like that trend, it's happening. And to me, the infinite possibility of revenue growth is around that, right? Take that same mentality around hardware, what we're doing, and where I look at it is there is no more telecom, right? It's an old term. We're managing mobility, we're managing fixed lines, we're managing SaaS licenses. So for me, I see an infinite amount of opportunity out there in managing that, going back to what we talked about, the life cycle, the ecosystem. I have to think about this. I have to order a phone today. I have to get the hardware. I have to register into an MDM. I have to get the service, right? I have to do something after that phone is gone. But I also need, like I said, a Teams license. I need a Salesforce license today. I need cloud. So when you look at the world today, that's where the revenue opportunity is. It's everywhere. It's a question of how to focus on it and manage it. So that, to me, is what I see the revenue opportunity to manage that entire lifestyle. Everything we're talking about, coming back to that same thing. And what you're saying is what the valuations of companies and how you want to manage that.
So you're saying as we migrate to everything being as a service, as opposed to, like we used to talk CapEx, big capital expenditure for something. Now, when you move to managing it as a service, it's more complex to manage because you're managing little teeny tiny things and it's ongoing and recurring, right?
It's much more complex. The CapEx is going away. It's all OpEx. If you read what Gartner's saying, the world is moving there. And to me, that is the opportunity, right? In what Mark's talking about, the valuations, the reality versus what I have this amazing solution. It's about, at the end, the product and the solution to manage that and give that visibility back to the end user.
So that's that itch that the enterprise customer needs to scratch, is this idea or this need that must be fulfilled is everything is as a service, and now they need to think about, how am I going to manage that?
Right, and the enterprise, again, from my experience, is overwhelmed. They're looking to us, collectively us, to give them that solution, like to go back and say, I think we could solve it in this way. So that's what I see out there today.
Mark, you had another question.
So it's not really a revenue generator, but it's kind of a revenue protection in that, at least the way I see it, in that it lowers the risk of doing business. What's all happening? So this is a question for you guys. and to folks out there as well, security, cybersecurity. So you're managing all these devices, you got all this connectivity going on, you got data flowing all over the friggin' place, right? How do you protect it? So that's
It's amazing. I mean, I come from the MDM world. It's amazing how many customers properly don't even set policies and procedures because they don't have good MDM practice and skills. It's amazing how many of devices are still unmanaged. It's amazing how many companies are still doing a BYOD strategy and a stipend model. But cybersecurity plays right into this managed service world, the as-a-service world, because more and more, like you see compliance, financial, healthcare. No longer can you do personal devices. You see it, even certain states are requiring, if you require a phone or phone calls being made as part of your job responsibilities, the companies are going to have to provide you a device. And so you see it from data compliance. European is a little bit farther ahead of us, but it's coming here too. So what you're seeing is the steering away from allowing you to use a personal device, because mobile threats, mobile endpoints are about 85 or 90% of all cybersecurity breaches. And so that's your phones, your tablets, and your laptops.
Yeah, so then, you know, the reason I bring this up is because when we go through final diligence with one buyer, one seller, and you're just papering up a deal and trying to get it done, the insurance issue comes up. And the big question around insurance is cyber insurance. So, you know, how do they view your risk profile if one of your customers sues you? Do you have the insurance to cover that? You know. So, and it's becoming a bigger and bigger thing. So at the end of a deal, all of a sudden buyers coming up to you and saying, we want you to go buy a 5-year term on cybersecurity in order to close this deal. It's not expensive. Well, you know, relatively speaking, it's not expensive, but it's like, ooh, I didn't think about that, or I don't even have that, or I don't have enough coverage. So you guys probably have some level of risk depending on where you are in that value chain around cyber and you know, protecting any investor group or buyer from that perceived risk, either historically, it's their problem going forward type of thing, but they're looking historically, someone raises an issue or a flag or a claim. That's why I asked.
Obviously, cybersecurity, security in general is table stake, right? When you're dealing, again, from our standpoint, from a SideNet, we're dealing with, you know, companies like Meta and Microsoft. The security is table stakes, right? You don't move 1 inch before going through that. And that goes back to, again, the insurance is the insurance. You have to have that. Those, to me, are table stakes. But it's really how you secure, because remember, all this information as a service has a lot of data, right? Mobile is personal data, as you're talking about, Europe. So it's really the process and the whole ecosystem. That's a whole other ecosystem around security, right? It's all those certifications. It's SOX compliance. It's ISO 27000. So you really need to have a whole separate work stream about security, depending upon where it is and what your risk tolerance is with these clients and what the client's risk tolerance is with you. So security, cybersecurity, it's table stakes, super complicated, and my advice, again, within a site, we have a whole separate thing. How do you secure the data? We have a single database per client, right? This is a whole thing. We get into multi-tenant. How do we manage the data? How do we manage that? If they get into this client, could they see everyone's data? So we spend an enormous amount of time in how we architect, and this goes back to, are you deployed in the cloud, infrastructure, everything together? That goes back to the whole thing. Where do I want to fit in the life cycle? Do I just want to do I want to sell hardware, or do I really want to play in the managed service and the life cycle? And when you play in that game, that whole security becomes a whole other swirling cloud that you have to deal with and understand it. And again, unfortunately, understand the details, right? Understand, does the partner have the security, or am I putting a huge hole in my solution because the partner I picked doesn't have the security? So there is, again, a lot to unpack with what you brought up there, but it's super important, and I think it's super, to be cognizant of where that is today is very important.
So I don't want Mark to monopolize the questions. Does anybody in the audience have a question? Let's, hold on a second. Let's run the microphone down. Over here.
Thank you.
So in our secondary market of cell phones or other usage electronics, we do have RTV3 as a standard, be certified to be able to participate in any recycling business. So every device we touch, we need to ensure the data is wiped. Otherwise, that's not a good practice. So I think we're in good hands. We also widely adopt ISO 90,001, 14,001, and 45,001. So I think we are in good hands in that. I mean, I'm not sure if everybody's practice, but it's a requirement.
In the enterprise, it's a requirement. I mean, they need it from compliance perspectives, both on devices that are wiped and recommerced and data destroyed. And it is an absolute requirement. You need to provide that reporting. The only thing I'll add on to that is outside of the compliance of the data wipe is something that is a selling point in the enterprise space is also the sustainability, right? So if you're able to data wipe and recommerce that device, we actually provide carbon offsetting credits back into the organization at the end of the year, because when we can recommerce a device, that somebody else is reusing it, and that's some of that carbon footprint moving on to the next users. So organizations care about that. They absolutely need it, especially in financial and healthcare and other specific verticals. But it is an absolute requirement, and it definitely helps sell a value if you can offer that requirements to organizations.
Awesome. Additional question?
We can't see you. All we see is a giant spotlight. So
you get the sun shining on.
You also wanted to do a question? All right. I'll come here, so maybe.
It's not any better. You're fine. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. I wanted to touch a little bit on the spot of the actual managed service with the phones per se, to understand if you guys actually, in terms of the immediate requirement of these devices, whenever you have the managed service, do you keep like a security stock with the customer of, I don't know, refurbished devices for that matter? Or how do you handle that immediate need, as they are like the most used tool today?
So it really, this goes back, it depends on the client, how they want to manage it, and it depends on the size of the client, right? So different clients have different requirements of how they want to do that, right? At the large enterprise, right, they're getting a lot of their phones for free, right? So it depends upon the individual client and how you're doing, how you're selling. So it varies, which brings back to the same point. You have to be able to adapt to the variation from one client to the next on how they're doing it. That's the other part that makes it a little more complicated, because I wish every client said, hey, we're going to order the same way, we're going to have the same approval process, we're going to wipe the phones the same way, we're going to have the same MDM. That's not the way it works. Everybody has some different flavor of that. So the real question is not, do I have to adapt to different things? Because the answer is yes. It's how you adapt to it is a question, and how flexible you are to be able to do that goes back to the same conversation we had from the beginning. How do I do that? Is the software able to do that? Is the integrations, because this is also integrations. You have to integrate to multiple systems. So that's the answer to that question, is it depends on how the client wants to manage that.
Absolutely right. In my world, I generally work on a 60-day forecast. So what are their forecasts for new employees, deployments, where do they need stuff? And then I generally keep a 1% to 2% inventory on behalf of the customer that they don't pay for immediate break fix. So if something needs to be replaced. I have an interesting model. I don't fix devices at all. So if something breaks, I just give them a brand new device, and I recommerce the broken device, I data wipe it, and I send it on its way. So I'm maximizing uptime. I'm always keeping new devices on stock, generally about 1%, maybe 2%, maybe a little higher if they're in a ruggedized environment or a high breakage sort of environment. But I cost calculate the customer's pricing based off that and what I need to keep in inventory for their replacement.
All right. And would you think that customers right now are interested in these managed services with the actual refurbished device as a value proposition, or you always propose a new device for that type of service?
Again, what we're talking about is the same thing. Again, some clients, and this is interesting, in some clients, right, as a stock, you call it, right, we automate the stock. So a lot of clients will have their own stock, right? So they're dealing with so many phones. So when an employee leaves, they're giving it back to their own warehouse, their internal. So what we're doing to automate that process is I go first to stock. I look in the stock. I pick. It's called the warehouse in our world, right? We pick from that. And that could be 100 phones. That could be 15,000 phones, right? I don't know that. It's how they want to do it. So again, from our world, there's not a set like algorithm. I keep 1% because a lot of the bigger enterprise I'm talking about keep their own stock because they're buying these devices. They own them. So they might put 10,000 devices into stock, right? They might do a campaign where they need to bring 10,000 of them out of stock and activate those warehouses and then deactivate those phones. So that, again, goes back to can I automate that process for the enterprise to automate their stock so when I order a phone, the system knows to look there first and then look to buy a phone second, right? And that buying could be a refurbished phone. That could be the whole world, right? It could be a $0 phone. So that's how we operate in that process.
And in my world, I own all of their inventory, so I manage the inventory. Actually, that's where I use AI models for projections and inventory management. But they only pay for what they use. So I don't keep a crazy amount of inventory on hand because they're only paying for what I actually have in deployment. But it keeps the customer from having to keep files, shelves, whatever, doing inventory management on their own of devices they're no longer using or they don't know when they might deploy. You know, I come from the MDM world. I can't tell you how many customers have files, drawers and folders full of what they call now test devices because they don't know what to do with them, right? But in my world, they no longer have to do any of that.
Great. Any other questions? Oh, there we go.
Am I away from the bright light? So this question actually is for Everphone, and I think you clarified it because you said that your clients buy directly from you. So are they forgoing then ordering direct from the carriers for their devices? So you're in essence their store for which to buy devices.
Yep, go ahead. Finish.
No, and that's it. And then at that point, then they're determining the carrier. You're just providing the device, right? Okay.
Yeah, so in my world, they are broken free from carrier BS stipend models, right? Okay, I can't tell you how often the company will say they're paying $25 a month, but we're going to give you an iPhone 15 for $1. But then when they use me, they get their BYOD plan that's $10, right? So they were never really getting a phone for $1. And in my plan, then they're flexible on how many months and exactly. So I give them, and I sell with the carriers all the time.
Sure.
I'm selling unlocked devices, user choice, pick whatever carrier you want as you have given you the best plan. And especially when you're talking about global sourcing and procurement, they need all types of different carriers. And that becomes their own, that's where Jason's solution of selling a platform that helps them manage all the carrier solutions is really good. I am like hardware specific only. I help people make money and partners make money on hardware, and I help companies save money on operational costs around the hardware, which is a very strategic thing to be able to do, which is it helps them break free from the stipend model.
That was my question.
Right.
So very good.
And in that model, what we're talking about there, for us, it really depends upon what the enterprise wants us to do with it. So we're not looking to sell the hardware. We're looking to manage the way the client wants to manage their hardware. So in some of our clients, like I said, they're getting their devices for free. They don't want to do it. Some clients might want to use that model. Europe is very different than the US model, right? So we see a big difference that's coming here where they separate the device and the service, right? And there's leasing companies. So I think what the theme we're catching here is there's a lot of flavors to this. And how you want to play in that is how you want to play in that, right? There's a lot of ways to play in that. There's a lot you could sell into, or there's a lot you could react to and provide a solution for. And that's been our experience as we do, globally changes so many things, right? Asia, a whole different animal, right? South America, a whole different animal on how they're doing it. And there's the other part that's super clear is that there's such a difference in carrier, right, efficiency. Right, the U.S. is way ahead, right? We're dealing with a lot of carriers who don't even have portals. Think about that. They're ordering mobile phones without a portal. Like it's insane. But you have to adapt to that, right? It's not my choice that vendor doesn't have a portal. They're going to catch up. So that's the kind of the theme I think that we're all talking about here, right? There's a lot of different flavors and how we manage that.
So great. As we start to wrap up, we got about 3 more minutes. Let's just go around the panel, if you would. Any concluding thoughts on this topic of unconventional thinking in the enterprise, or in Mark's case, unconventional thinking when you're relating to valuations and that sort of thing? Mark, let's start with you.
I don't think there's anything really super unconventional. I think it's all fairly obvious. I think it's a matter of being careful about, it's a matter of professionalizing the business, your books, your processes, your systems, your people, et cetera. Once you professionalize that, valuations tick up, and the risk that buyers or investors see in you go down. And that's goodness. It's pretty basic.
Great. Jason?
No, I think we talked about a lot of different topics today about being unconventional, how to do it. I think the number one thing, the number one takeaway, is really to ask a lot of questions and try to really understand, what it is, have really clear goals of where I want to go with it, and play with it. Because if you try to bite off everything, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. It's clearly understanding, asking clear questions, and then designing your program, your business, right? And ask for help, ask people. Like, I found, again, one of the things we were talking about, if you could go back, right, to your younger days and ask, I would ask a lot more questions, right, to try to understand things. So for me, there's a huge world out there. There's everything we talked about. It's a question of just finding your space, understanding it super well, and figuring out how to take kind of baby steps to add more value to your clients, ultimately to grow your revenue, to get with him, to sell the company. That's where you want to go with this, and that's what I see from an unconventional thing, that everything today is unconventional. So that's my take.
Chris?
We'd love to partner with you. I think I get about 40% of all of my opportunities from smaller MSPs, MMS, TEM players, and I think there's always room to figure out how do we fit together in the full life cycle of managing customers. So 1, we'd love to partner with you. 2, I'll just leave this as a Joe plug. All of us are members of ETMA. It is a much smaller conference, but it's super intimate. We all work together really well, even if we're competitors. And it is a really great way to meet people that you can build great and long-lasting partnerships with and build a business with. So if you're in this mobility space, I would encourage you to come and join us at ETMA.
Thank you. So just as I wrap things up, first of all, I want to thank our audience. Thank you very much for coming to this session. We appreciate it, especially at the end of the conference or near the end of the conference. I want to thank Bob LaFont for being a wonderful host. Putting this conference together was really great. And in particular, I want to thank our panelists. If you're interested in selling your business or you're interested in raising capital, even if you're not ready to sell today, now's the time to be talking with Mark Cato before you're at the 11th hour and you're trying to sell. Or as one of our members did, he tried for a year to sell his company, and then finally he caved in and saw Mark, and he got a much better deal than he would have done trying to do it on his own. You may be experts at selling, but selling your business is really complex. And in the case of Jason and Asanyat, they had a booth here. You can find them online. Jason's here, and the team here from Asanyat's here. Again, I'm sure they'd be thrilled to talk with you about partnering opportunities. They're deep in a lot of enterprises, and they're a global organization, and they're more on the expense side as opposed to the device side. And Chris can speak volumes about the opportunities with Everphone. And again, switching that model up from a situation where you're leasing the phone into more of a rental arrangement where it's more flexible. So if you want to learn more about ETMA, come visit us online at etma.org or check us out on YouTube. We just started our podcast series, ETMA Talks. We're going to have each of our members featured in the podcast, and we'll look to hopefully feature additional companies too. So thank you very much for your time. Have a great rest of the show and enjoy Miami.
Hutchcraft with Glacier Consulting. So Michael will handle the introductions from here, and I'm quite certain you're going to benefit from this session. Thank you for your time and attention. Michael, show's yours.
This one's on, right? Okay, sounds good. Good afternoon. Let's see. Yeah, it must be off. Good afternoon. Welcome to our panel. We've got some great people here. We're going to talk about, our hope here is to have a nice open conversation, certification, automation, scaling your business, talking it through. Lilia's got some great experience on going through certification. We're going to hear her story, have her tell her how everything came together for her, benefits of it, go through that. Steven's going to jump in, talk about automation, and then G is going to help us talk about how, when we're ready to scale up, how we go through that process. So welcome, everybody. Welcome to go through that. Hopefully, everybody's having a great mobile disrupt so far. So let's start with certification. A lot of information out there, whether you need it, how it's all going to work. Lilia, why don't you take us through, start us off, tell us your story and how certification has really driven your business to where it is today.
Okay, so looks like we have been certified forever. And there is lots of things changed, but the only thing what I can say for sure that certification helped us to, it's like great foundation to take your business off the ground. And it's kind of costly, but at the same time, and it doesn't have everything what you need, I'm not gonna be a sugarcoat, right? So there is lots of technicalities, lots of stuff that we think, you know, why do I need this? But the main thing what it has to look into, to dive, not just to do it, because I have to do it to have this certification, but to look into that and start building your processes, different procedures, and also training your employees. So it does the main thing. Like, can your business outgrow the certifications? Of course, because all your processes and everything it will outgrow, but to start with, it's very helpful. Also, it helps with legal compliance. What also it does, it protects practically every business, I think, from any lawsuits. Because if you think about, if you certified ISO 9001, 45018, we have every certification imaginable in R2V3. Practically, you're not going to have issues with your employees because you're going to follow a bunch of procedures, rules, and regulations that you're going to create within the company. You don't even need the government or anything. So this is like the greatest foundation to have. And then at the end of the day, is it costly? It's not. And the reason why, because your productivity goes up, your understanding and all the processes like getting more organized and better, so you're not losing money, you are actually gaining. You are making money, and if you want to grow, you have to start practically everything from zero, and certifications, that's the only way to build your company up. Like, I think, like right now I'm adding ISO 27001, cybersecurity, and you know what? I had so many IT companies and different developers, different people telling me different stories, so I decided to start from ISO 27001. So practically, did it give me all the answers? No, but it was great foundation for me to get what we needed for the company from cybersecurity standpoint. So I really think at the end of the day, business makes money, and actually in the long run, you are bringing more money, and then you are getting trusted, not even like within the US, but globally. For example, I'm not gonna deal with the companies or I will barely deal with the companies who are not certified, because I don't know their processes. I don't know how they are working. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe it's like total mess. I don't know about their data security protection and stuff like that. So it's very hard for me and honest to deal with any company who has zero certifications, because I think it's total mess there, which I don't want to even look at that. So I think every business has to start working on. Is it difficult to obtain? If you have good consulting company, it should not be difficult. Is it difficult to kind of be certified all the time, not getting any NCRs? It's not difficult because, as I said, certifications are giving you bare minimum. So practically you have to do bare minimum to keep the certifications. And it's your decision if you want to grow, right? So it looks like our company outgrew the certification. So for us, practically there is no issue to keep, like for the past 5 years, we did not have one single NCR because everything like goes smoothly. So operational efficiency, it's pretty amazing because everything is organized. And actually some people have been to our business so that I see here, they know how well our business organized. So everything started from certification, then the different policies that clearly communicated and employees are following those policies. And actually employees feel better to work in more organized environment, clean environment, better environment. So I really think it's very important for any business to obtain, try to obtain at least ISO 9001, right? Because it's important how to deal with employees and then start building on, but I would encourage to have it.
I agree with you. I think every company should at least start and have ISO 9001. Let's go back to the money part or the plan you put together for certifications. Did you create a budget? Did you create a timeline? What was the first step when you decided to head for certification?
Actually, you know what? I did not have a timeline. Because usually what we are doing, we don't have any timelines. We just have to do it. So, and like from my perspective, you cannot put pressure like, oh, okay, you have to get certified within this timeline because it doesn't make any sense. Like, I really think it's not going to work. So what you have to do, you have to get great consulting company, understand like the processes yourself, and the timeline actually will be really, really fast after that. So first you have to read and understand processes yourself, get consulting company where you don't understand, and actually if some documents you don't know even what to do with them, you know, first year you can ask consulting company to handle that and teach you how to do that. So it's not a big deal. Usually timeline right now, it's not like before, it's like pretty fast. So you can get ready within like few months, especially if you are doing only ISO 9001. I know everyone thinks it's like super complicated. I have to tell you it's nothing complicated, but what it does for sure, it does organize the process. And especially if you want to get serious contracts, you have to get certified. R2v3 also, it's very necessary, especially with data. For example, I'm not sure who would want to deal with us because if we are handling reverse logistics, we get in a bunch of devices. Of course, everyone wants to make sure that somehow those devices are data protected, right? Any company that you have a contract with. So they need to know that you follow some type of procedures. How are they going to verify that? They're going to verify only like, oh, okay, they have some certifications. Are they following through those certifications? I guess most of the companies, do they follow 100%? Maybe not, but data security for sure will be protected because, you know, there is a bunch of requirements in R2v3 that, so yeah, you can get better contracts and it can open way more doors for you. So I really think if you want to grow, if you want to get better contracts, you really have to have it.
I want to get your thoughts on this. When I implement a new certification for clients, a lot of times the legal compliance is something that's surprising. They don't know what they need to be in compliance to. Did you guys find that as you started to put in the certifications?
Actually, yeah. You know what? All this certification is your legal compliance. So there is no brainer. So practically, it's your HR. Like with us, all the certifications, especially ISO 9001, our HR, the first thing they had to go through is ISO 9001. right? So we don't have any issues with the employees practically. Our business, we are fully, I feel like we are fully protected. And actually, I can sleep really great at night because of ISO 9001. And as I'm telling you, like our HR, like every time something changes or something, our HR, they're aware of. And it's a great, if you don't want to have any legal situations with your employees, I think you better obtain ISO 9001.
Have the certifications done anything for the financial performance of your company?
Oh, yeah. As I told you, it's like contracts, bringing more business. At the end of the day, it depends on how, like, you can get many, or you're not going to get any contracts up, practically without certifications. Like, what contracts can you get? So, like, if you want to sign serious 5 years contracts, forever 3 years contracts, you have to be certified. So if you think in the long run, and if you are thinking about profits, you have to have certifications again. Because, for example, 3 or 5 years contract, right? Compare, like if you're talking about money-wise, how much you can bring to the business, and we're talking about certifications, you know, you cannot compare. We're talking about millions here and like 10,000, 20,000 here. It's not even serious to think like that. So we have to think big. We have to think in the long run, you know, and we have to see our business somewhere here and not here. So that's what certifications do. But they're not perfect. I'm telling you, we outgrew our certifications already. But certification gave us ability to do that.
Take us a little bit through external benefits. You kind of talked about contracts and stuff, but what other external benefits do you see that the certification is going to bring to a company?
I think everyone, you know, people, the first thing right now, like everyone is asking, oh, okay, what certifications do you have? And then people are taking you more seriously. When you have, the more certifications you have, people, I think the more serious company you are. So it's even about image of your company. If we are talking about like, we're talking about PR and marketing, right? So certifications is part of it. For me, as I said, even for me, like not only my company, but I look at other companies, what certifications they have. Then it's like, it's huge external benefit we are talking about. And then if you want to bring the investors, I don't know how to bring the investors if you are not certified. Like,
great point.
Then, yeah.
Okay, very good. Let's move now to automation. So you're certified. Now it's time to automate. So Stephen, let's talk that through a little bit. You can point it right at that.
Let's see how this
Your
goes.
microphone.
There we go. Look at that. And Michael, thanks for having us today. So yes, automation. A lot of people think I'm automated. I've put a spreadsheet together. I have formulas in the spreadsheet. We're automated. Well, there's a lot more to it. And I see a lot of heads going, yep. That's where we start automation. Put together a spreadsheet. But the thing is with automation, it has to be automatic. And that's where we kind of divert, where we get to a certain point, and then we put it off until tomorrow. And then it becomes Monday, and then it becomes Q4. And the same issue is in your company, but the next thing has happened, and you add more people. So, as I start with this automation, it should be automatic. And I have a couple definitions here, which will be cool. There we go. Automation. So the process of making a machine, device, or system operate automatically. Sounds pretty simple, right? But then you get to automatic. And we go, uh-oh, wait a second. I see the words little or no direct human control. That's the difference between being automated and having automation that is automatic. And so everybody has a different, I guess you'd say, definition of being automated in your own business. And every business is different. Every client is different. Every business sector is different. Every product is different. So from that, as I'd mentioned spreadsheets, this is an example. I got this from I'm not going to say what company it was, a very large company that has almost 1,000 employees. Automation was spreadsheets. Spreadsheets then moved with formulas. Spreadsheets combined into a master spreadsheet at the end of the week to submit your spreadsheet to be put into a master spreadsheet. But the problem is, where is all the data? It's all being put in manually into a spreadsheet, and then it's all being emailed into a central location. One person or a team of people in a room at the end of the week are putting this together to present to leadership. The problem is, what if somebody didn't get the correct tracking? What about if the receiving report went offline for that 15 minutes? Audit results, certificates of destruction, the ESG reporting. What if those 75 laptops weren't recorded? What are still locked? What don't you get credit for? The device value? And then where is it? And that is one of the biggest questions, is where is my stuff? So real quickly, what can we be missing without automation? Well, number one is the real-time data, AKA information, because when I say data at this show, that means something on a hard drive, information and records. If it's not centralized, you have no visibility and you can't give your clients reporting, or they can't pull down the reporting. Poor integration across systems. NetSuite doesn't talk with the next system, and the next system, and the next system. The decreased per device revenue. Every time you have to touch a device, every time you don't know where a device is, anytime you don't know where an employee is, you're losing revenue. Underutilization of the current staff. Let them do what they're supposed to do, not fill out spreadsheets. Compliance and audit gaps. We talk about compliance and audit. Yeah. Get your stuff together, get it in one place, and make sure that that data can be easily identifiable and accessible. And the last thing is, to scale, you simply have to be automated. Scaling for a lot of people, you add more people. No, that is not scaling. That is just creating a larger company, a larger payroll. Make sure that you have your data in one place and you automate. So I get this question a lot as far as where do I stack up to other people or other companies. 75% of IT asset and mobile device operations are still relying on spreadsheets and emailing those back and forth. Spreadsheets are never going away. We're supposed to be a paperless society, we all know that, but it's not going away. I use spreadsheets every day, but I don't run multi-billion-dollar organizations and 800,000 mobile devices on spreadsheets. One device can be entered into 5 different systems, whether that's a scan by hand, importing from this file to this file. 12 minutes a device is some of the reporting I've seen. For one device to be put into 5 different systems. If you're doing 1,000 phones a day, 10,000 phones a week, this is insane. You can't be doing this. Almost 30% of devices deemed end of life are simply written off. And that means, well, I should back up. One of the reasons we found that was because somebody didn't update the spreadsheet. They lost track of where it was. Somebody didn't update the MDM. It fell off the network. It's not being geolocated, and nobody updated the system. They've lost it. They have no idea that it's actually still out there. So that is something we're trying to help with as well. The reality, enterprises using automation can cut device return times by 60%. Number one, if you know where it is, you can pick it up, you can get it retrieved, and you can create value. Buyback partners can increase throughput by 40% with 0 additional headcount. And that is just because you know what's coming in. You can pre-sell it, you can automate your process in your lines and make sure that that stuff is sold before it even gets there. And then the last thing is resellers. They can get devices in hand 30% faster. And that increases device value, because if it takes me 3 weeks to get it in and 2 months to audit it, I've lost 3-4% on every one of those devices sitting in my warehouse. The myth, the technology is coming. No, it's here. Smart contracts, you probably heard about it. Blockchain technology for immutable records. We have a partnership with Verre out of New York. Stuart Haber, who is the co-founder of blockchain technology. We are writing to the blockchain when a device hits our platform. Every time it moves, it's being written to the blockchain. And that is going to be something just like the Carfax That was a long time ago, but now everybody buys a car with a Carfax. AI-powered condition grading, quoting, and pricing recommendations. I didn't think I was going to say AI today. Everybody said AI today, so I had to fall in line. But it's amazing what these things can do. And then the API-first ecosystems, everything's plug and play with API now. If you're not using APIs, make sure to look into them because they're remarkable. That's HR systems, IT systems, MDMs, you name it. And the last few things I have is, what should you evaluate? Number one is the current return rates on device recoveries. How many devices are you getting in with how much effort? The cost per device, the number of touch points your employees and your staff are utilizing, and the number of tech stacks that you have. And then last thing I have is, what do you look for, and what do you need to understand, and what do you need? So define your business goals. That is the number one thing. When people come to us, they say, where do we start? You have to figure out where you want to start. What are your problems? What are the processes you want to fix? And where are the revenue gaps that you need to increase? Review your systems and integrations, and then set your testing metrics, push the data, and repeat it. So many people test something one time, and they're done. Push it, break it, try to break it. Work with your tech teams, make sure that they understand that this cannot handle the volume that we want to get to. And I think that's everything I had.
Question for you, Stephen. You talked about how to get started. How do you really get started?
Yeah, I think that kind of goes along with my last point, is the fact that lock yourself in a room. If you're the owner, the CEO, the CFO, the director of operations, the person that is making sure that the tables are straightened, if there is a process that you are in charge of, make sure that you take a step back, break it down, and then bring it to whomever you need to and say, I have an idea. I want to fix this. I need a team, whatever it is. But you have to just take a step back and prioritize what needs automated or what needs to be automated. And again, you're not just going to flip a switch. You're not just going to implement one little process or move a table. But I think the main thing is take a step back, gather your data, figure out the problem, and then execute against finding a solution.
And get certified.
Oh, yeah, and get certified.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Stephen. All great information. Anything else on that?
I think we'll pass it over to G.
All right, let's go down to G. We're going to talk about scaling up your business.
All right, you guys hear me? Good. So at this point, you have the certifications, you have automations. What's the objective? Typically, the objective is you want to grow, and one of the best ways to do that is to get accounts from very large corporations. And we thought it would be interesting to help you guys understand how to work with the big guys, how to get those massive accounts when you are a small or medium-sized company. So the first thing you have to do is start putting yourself in their shoes. Who is going to look at you first? And what are their fears? What are they trying to achieve? So the very first thing is, from the big guys' perspective, there's really hardly any upside to trying out somebody who's small and who's not tested. And there's a huge downside. Basically, they are staking their careers on you. Are you going to deliver or not? So when you go to a large company, you realize that your interlocutor is actually taking a massive risk, a massive bet on you. Also, big companies, they are not very efficient. Don't believe that. Those guys are time-starved. They have a lot of things to do. They have a lot of stupid reporting to do. So when you talk to them, prepare your documentation, make it easy on them. You need to reduce the friction, minimize the lift that they're going to have to do in order to really assess you. And then incumbents often are, they're in the house, they are good enough. So for you to get a massive contract with a much larger company, you need to show that not only you're going to be easier, all certified, all automated, etc., cheaper, of course, but also it's going to be safer. So show the upside and understand that the interlocutor wants to understand also the downsides of working with you. Oh, that's not me. Hang on. What's going on here? That was not my slide, it just out of, all right, that's fine. So, again, when you speak to a large company, the expectations are going to be different versus when you speak to a company of mid-size, company more closer to your size. So the playbook is going to be different. The price will open doors, right? You are not going to get to replace an incumbent if you price up. You are going to have to fight on price, but that only gets you the foot in the door. You still have to keep that door open, and you need to continue to deliver and continue to prove your worth. So the risk screen is first, because again, remember, the interlocutor may be staking their career, they have no personal upside, no incentive to working with somebody new. But then the value screen, the price is going to be second. If you mess up, you're gone. You're not going to get a shot again. So you have to be credible. Don't forget, always remember, the personal incentive of your interlocutor is to not change anything. If they have a pain point, they want to solve that, you need to do this. But if things are kind of working with incumbent, the onus is on you. And that's always the case when you have a new relationship. Obviously, it's magnified when you're trying to access big accounts, large companies. So then the question becomes, how are you going to scale? How do you go from 0 to 1? No, 0 to enterprise, 0 to infinity almost. So first thing, of course, you're going to have to comply. And we are back here to these certifications. By the way, if you need certifications, Michael is the man. He's going to take you through that. You're welcome. So you have to comply, you have to get the processes locked in, you have to make sure that you can audit quarterly if needed. You always need to be visit ready because they can drop in at a moment's notice. Then you're going to have to simplify, and we are back here on the systematization, on the automation. Make sure that the work that you are doing has been codified, has been processed out, is repeatable, that you've removed the kinks, that you have removed the friction, that those things are automated. Bubble up the metrics, because that large compression is going to want. That's how they are going to know at first blush if you are going to perform or not. And then you need to be ready to amplify. You need to start thinking, okay, how am I going to scale? And we have a couple of slides on that after, but the main thing is what you have right now at that scale, can you do the same in other geography, in other facilities, or maybe in other shifts? Can you just do this over and over again? So that also begs the question of what is that big company going to look at? So at this point, you have the foot in the door, they believe you, they trust you because you have the certification, you've shown that the processes are repeatable and automated. But there's more that needs to happen. Like, do you have the capacity to take on this big contract? We've all heard of those tiny food companies who all of a sudden can deliver, can get some shelf space on Walmart, and the next thing you know is they die, they crash. Well, they were not scalable. So you have to think of that, and often the account you're going to try to get will only come your way if you have proven in advance that you're ready to scale today. So could be having, right now you're running one shift and you say, just turn it on, boom, I have a second shift going. All right, that's scalable. You have another facility open up, maybe that's also scalable. The capacity needs to look permanent. So it's not going to be a dog and pony show. You need to be able to deliver and say, here's where your phone is going to come. So when I was at Samsung, when I was at Allstate, I would visit facilities. Always in the back of my mind is, where is my product going to go? Do you have the capacity today? I've seen some empty warehouses and I was told, well, phone is going to come here. It's just ready for you, and I'm renting out this facility just for you as a marketing expense. All right, that works. You don't have to go that far, but that certainly is an option. But often, at the very least, do you have an extra line? Do you have an extra shift that you're able to just turn on at the tip of the hat, and to show the big company, the Samsungs and the AT&Ts of this world, that you are ready to scale. You are not going to get the account otherwise. All right, and then is it? Next slide. Sorry? Yeah. So, as part of that RFP, you're going to have to show that you're ready to scale. You are going to show that the capacity is ready to turn on. Though, what are some of the traps? And I've seen this. I've seen every single one of those. I send out an RFP, a response comes, and the vendor is promising 24 turnaround time. That sounds great. And then we look, double click, and we realize that they are not planning on staffing to perform that 24 hour. They are thinking, hey, 48 is going to be plenty enough. Well, you just promised 24. Right? So even if I gave you the account, and typically I'm not because I will have seen through that, if I gave you the account, you'd be in serious trouble. So that's not, you don't want to overpromise in those cases. Again, remember one of the first things I mentioned early on, fail once, you're out, right? So you can't afford to just stumble right away. So don't overpromise here. Steven talked about the automation and Excel in particular with bad data. So one thing to automate, of course, is to be able to scale is the data, but if the data has not been cleaned up, if you don't have a clean way of grabbing the data and storing it in the right columns, you can scale. It's not going to go well. Right? So make sure to clean your stuff. Yeah, I see some product guys here who are smiling and talking about data. Yes, you have to clean the data. You have to make sure that it's the right IMEI attached to that device. If not, you're in a heap of trouble. And then an easy one, and a lot of small companies stumble on this one, unfortunately. In my experience, it's not a hard rule, but certainly a rule of thumb. When you have an RFP, make sure that one person owns it. One person is going to be responsible for it. If within that small company, I start realizing, and I'm Samsung, right? I'm Samsung, and I start seeing that the small guys don't really know who owns what. It's over. Forget it. Don't even submit. It's over. Like, it's not. You're not going to get it. And if you did get it, it bodes really bad for what's going to happen next. So make it simple on yourself. Have one process, one owner. Amazon is very big on that. It's actually one of their big precepts, right? It's just a single-threaded owner. Same goes for the RFP for you guys. So then, how do you know if you're ready, right? Simple questions. Again, rule of thumb, heuristics. If your ideal customer came tomorrow, could you deliver without breaking? Right? Maybe it's a tall order, but if the answer is no, you have something to do. Like you're not ready to go after those kinds of businesses. What happens if the key employee? What happens if you take off for a whole week? 1 week. I'm French, right? So for me, 1 week is not vacation. 1 month is. But even 1 week, if you disappear for 1 week, what happens? Can you survive? Are young guys on the floor going to deliver? If not, you're not ready for the big companies. And then what happens when things go wrong? Because things always go wrong at some point. Who is going to own the quality issue? Who's going to own the escalation? Who's going to jump on the phone at 11 p.m. and fix it? All those things are table stakes when you start working with the big guys. And I'm done. Michael?
Very good. I got a couple of follow-up questions for you, G. I know you talked about the traps, but is there any one thing that can derail a company trying to scale the enterprise?
It's a great question. It's not an easy question to answer, but it's a great one. I like it. I think if there's one thing that will trip people over is they just don't have processes. They are making things work, right? And we've all been there, and I certainly have been there as well, and I'm guilty of that at times. But if you don't have the process, be that certification, automation, documentation, whatever it may be, if you don't have the process and you want to scale, good luck. Process comes first. You have to have a system. Very good processes.
What's the earliest signal you'll look for to know a partner is ready to scale?
Probably the attitude. I mean, the first one, before I even know about even the certification, is the attitude. Do I trust that person? Because again, if I'm the big guy, if I'm the Samsung, no matter what, I'm staking my reputation on choosing somebody who's not tested out. So who am I talking to? Can I trust that person? If I shake his hand, if I shake John's, product mobile, if I shake his hand, do I count my fingers? Can I trust him? Is he going to have the right attitude? Does he have a can-do attitude? If something comes up, do I trust him to own it? So at the end, business is people business.
But how do you feel that? To the shake hand.
And that's the part where you don't have a process. It's like, it's also a gut feel. We are humans, we are human beings, we have emotional. Right. And if Michael, if I don't like you, we're not working together, right? I happen to like you and I would love to work with you.
Very good.
Right? So the first step is gonna be the human.
I guess your French side in you is helping you a little bit.
Not sure how to take that.
Last question for you, G. How do you feel about second warehouses for companies? Necessary? Overkill?
I'm sorry, I was messing up. Tell me again the question.
Second warehouses.
Second warehouse.
Necessary or overkill?
No, honestly, for most folks, it's unnecessary. It's going to add so much fixed cost. I'm never looking for, even at Samsung, I wasn't looking for the extra warehouse. I was looking for at least the extra line, if not the extra shift. But don't go crazy. I mean, obviously, you need to be profitable today as well. You can't go on there just in case somebody has a big account for you. So, no, all within reasons.
Very good. A lot of great information. Let's throw it out. Any questions for the audience so we can take up some time answering any questions. Sure. Do we have a microphone? I think he's, are you bringing one? Gotcha.
All right, so I have two questions. First for you, G. You talked about not having or not recommending extra warehouse. Could you speak more on that and why that's not really a good thing? And my second question for you will be for Steven. So a little bit about my background. I'm an AI expert, 15 years in the industry, building artificial intelligence, but I'm new in mobile reverse logistics. And
welcome.
It's my first time here, actually. So it's exciting to see how much technology is being spoken about within the reverse circular industry. You spoke a bit about automation and AI. One thing that I couldn't help but think about as you kept talking was everyone has been talking about, since I've been here for the last 2 days, automating the repetitive processes, right? So say, for example, in the cosmetic Second Life devices, I can see how AI is useful there. But there's a lot of opportunity I'm thinking about as you talk within, say, automating the decision-making process. So, for example, I don't know if you're familiar with AI agents and ability to connect multiple systems, and the AI does the decision-making for you. Is there anything going on in that space that you can see or you can speak about? And to me, from my perspective, it seems like a huge opportunity in terms of value creation. So I'd like to hear about that.
Yeah, my answer is what time is your flight tomorrow? So we could go forever on that. G, I'll let you go his first question.
Yeah, so you were asking about the second warehouse? What's the question exactly? Sorry.
I believe that was Michael's last question about the second warehouse, and you talked about you would advise having a second line ahead of a second warehouse. I probably didn't understand the context, so I was just hoping you could kind of elaborate on that.
So the context is, when you know you're ready for growth, when the big company will be willing to even consider bringing you that extra business. And so you need to show that you have extra capacity, that you're able to scale. When Michael asked me the question, but a bit tongue-in-cheek, like, hey, do you need a second warehouse? No, that's too much. Unless it's too much really for almost any account. But without going as far as having a second warehouse, you do need to be able to show that you have some spare capacity, that you're able to take on that new volume without just breaking everything you have. So what I typically suggest is at least show me you have 1 or 2 extra lines available, or you have an extra shift that you can run in the same warehouse.
Actually, you always have to have extra capacity ready all the time. For example, we run in our facility, we have always, and the reason actually why we are in Vegas, because Vegas is the only true 3-shift city, to make sure when customers need us to, because sometimes, you know, they need us to scale really fast, I can put 2nd and 3rd shift when I need it. So I think it's very important, especially if you are dealing with larger customers. Without that, I think it will be, he's right, very hard to move anywhere.
Did we address the question?
And I love how she says she's in Vegas because of 2nd and 3rd shifts. That's great, yeah. We all believe that. So I think getting back to the AI thing, I wasn't joking when I said, what time is your flight? Because it is endless to talk about the opportunities. We are utilizing a ton of AI at EverCycle, from the point of where they can pull up a device, they can go ahead and say, I have a broken screen, it'll give them 4 options. This is an HR person that has no idea what the value of an iPad 14, 10, whatever we're on, what an iPhone 16 is. They have no clue, but it gives them the option, they can click it, and everything's automated from there. The replacement goes out, the device gets deployed, comes back, goes to the right facility, is repaired, and then the BEP, the Beyond Economic Repair, kicks in. And if that phone needs to go back in inventory, it does. If not, it will go to be responsibly recycled or parted. That's just one little facet of it. So AI is, we also take pictures. All of a sudden, it just tells you everything about that device, and it says, is it a value or no? Yes or no. It either goes that way or that way. And we don't even touch devices, but we integrate with platforms that will help mobile carriers, mobile device management company, everybody go ahead and make quicker decisions to make sure the automation is actually revenue driven and it's driving more positive revenue. But I would love to talk to you afterwards.
Hello, hi, this is Ritu from Delta. So I have a question for all of you guys. R2, V3 audits and certifications are easy for people that have been in, I love how you handed off the mic. So basically, for entities that have been in this business, my boss, Nick, has been in the business for 25 years. So he's well versed with reverse logistics. I'm in the same boat as, gentlemen before me, very new. So a small store opening up to trade and repair would need an R2 V3 license. I mean, it would be good to have. Can we streamline it or make it more efficient a process, make it more seamless? Because it can be very, very intimidating. So is there any solution to that?
Yeah, actually, I remember when we started, it was very intimidating. You can tailor the process to whatever you are doing. So you just have to go through requirements, and it doesn't, the main requirements like data, whatever, all that stuff, right? So you have to follow, which you are following already. It doesn't have to be on this big scale. But, and plus, I think you're gonna save yourself lots of days of audit too when auditor gonna come on your side. So it's gonna cost you way cheaper as well. And the process is customizable. Like from my experience, when we started doing, it was small, then we got bigger, processes got more and more. So we were growing, we were hiring more people. So of course it just, but you can scale to your business model. Like it's very scalable, it's very easy. And I think like any good consulting company, like first year, if you will hire, they can even guide you through this process. If they even, you feel, oh, it's a little bit expensive for them to come on my side, they can even do through Zoom.
Virtual.
Yeah, virtually, so you can save money. There is very kind of, I can talk to you about that later, but it just, you can really customize practically anything, but R2V3 is the best thing to have.
I also want to jump in there. The standard's written in a way for the smallest of companies and the largest of companies. So you're going to build your system the way that it works for you. The standard can't say you have to do a certain way of testing as long as you're evaluating or data sanitizing and stuff like that. So there's 10 core requirements, and how you meet those requirements will be different between you and AT&T or Coca-Cola or anyone down the line. And as for being able to streamline as a consultant, that's what we're always after. I don't want to put in a system because you have to maintain it. When we're done, you have to maintain the system. And so we want to make it the most efficient that works for your company. Meet the requirements, but you don't necessarily have to have a monster system. You want one that works for you.
Right.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about it after this, I know we met earlier in the show, but we could talk about that as well.
Absolutely. And just to one follow-up question real quick is, like, we're talking about all the appendix, right? Because even if it's a smaller operation, Appendix A through C, I think, all would be required. So throughout, it's not, when we're streamlining it and we're tailoring the process, we don't lose the appendix to that, right? It's still going to be all the services, whether it's testing, storage.
Yeah. The appendices that you go for, you have to prove compliance to. So you're not going to go for brokering if you're not doing brokering. So yeah, and that's part of implementing your system is what do you believe you can meet requirements? Because the scope you're going to choose, think of it this way, is what you want to be hired for, right?
Okay.
From an upstream. They're gonna hire you. What is it that you need to have? Well, everybody's gonna have A because you're not end of life, so you're gonna have downstream recycling chain. B, more than likely you're sanitizing, right? Because you're gonna have customer data. C, testing.
Testing.
You said repair, so test and repair. And then D, E, F, and G probably aren't going to be for you, but you pick the appendices you can prove.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. Any other questions from the audience? We have a few moments left. I want to see if our panelists have any parting shots, any other thoughts. I think we were pretty deep on it, but any other thoughts you might want to go over?
Actually, a certification, scalability, and automation, that should be the main thing for any business. Without that, we will not be able to move anywhere, right? So I'm surprised at the 3 p.m. last day of the show, this panel.
Yeah, we'll have to talk to Bob on that.
Taking place.
We'll talk to Bob.
Exactly. It's the most important part of the business, especially right now. We move so fast. Last year, I was saying no one was talking about AI, right? Now everyone is talking about AI and especially automation. Actually, today I met one of the European companies present here, and when they showed me what they are doing on automation side and whatever I know we have in the US, and actually the company from Eastern Europe, and I looked at them and I'm like, oh my gosh, we are so far behind, practically almost 2-3 years behind, and and we're talking about automation, so we still have long way to go, very long way to go. But I have to tell you, I'm so proud of our industry. We are way organized, and I'm always saying that we practically in the front lines of the whole civilization. We're talking about recycling on one side, and on the other side, we're talking about communication, right? Without communication, practically, there is no civilization. So practically our industry is the most important industry for the whole civilization. So, and it's so amazing that we are talking about automation right now, and especially about AI and certifications and how well we got organized. I'm always talking about when Steve knows, I remember our industry when it was Wild West, right, Steve? And now we are talking about all this stuff, and I'm so amazed about that. But I know at the same time that we have a long way to go. And so let's get there And let's bring automation, certification, and scalability. Without scalability, there is no point to be even in business, right? Because if we're not ready to scale, and hopefully next year this panel will be one of the main panels that we will be able to discuss more.
All right, great. I think we're about out of time. So Stephen, G, Lilia, thank you. Appreciate the attendance and have a great show.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you.
we start to get our seats, we want to get the session started. I'm sure some of you would like to indulge in some sort of a happy hour after this is all done. So we'll call that your incentive to get started. So we're just going to give Maren just a second to get her computer going, and then we'll hand this off to her. So again, please have a seat, and we'll get started here momentarily. You need power?
Yeah, is that possible?
Hey guys, do we have power on the stage? Any plugs? Do we have plugs? Okay. Her laptop's dying, so we need to get her plugged in. Don't start. Thanks, Justin. I appreciate that. I think so. Are you good, Maren? There you go. Okay. Yeah, I thought I had influence yesterday, late afternoon. The Women in Wireless panel was finishing up. There's like 100 people standing by the doors, and I wanted to get people seated for the next session. And I said, hey, how about if we have a seat? I said, I want to introduce Chris. He's got a really good session. They all left. And 9 people stayed in the room, and he started to laugh. He said, so much for your ability to influence people. Like, oh my God, they all left. I should have said nothing. Let's see. Is this Mike? You're good. You want this for you?
I guess I'll do this. Yeah, thank you. I'll put this one.
All right, hand it off to Maren. Here you go, folks.
Yes, thank you. And we're making this very professional, but you guys know we're all family here. So I also, hey, Jeremy, where's Jeremy? I was just going to put some, if we need a microphone, down there. Just to have a microphone if people are speaking. So I just told some of you, we had this great icebreaker game. There was like pieces. It was going to be fun. It got lost. Now Michelle is going to perform. So we don't have the icebreaker game. Are the slides up on the screen? Nope. So lucky for you all, then I guess that means we're probably just going to get to the bar faster. Sure. Our goal was really to use this opportunity, since we're all here in Miami at Mobile Disrupt, as a touch point. It's something that many of you have been asking for. This last Mobile Disrupt, saying how can we capitalize on time together in person, and let's do it at a show when we're all going to be there anyway. So that was the impetus of bringing them all together, and we thank Bob and the Mobile Disrupt team for allowing us to co-locate and steal time on the agenda. For today, we do want to share, since we're in person, just some brief updates around the program. It's been a little bit since we touched base with you all in Seattle. We'll then kind of deep dive into the efforts that we've been working towards on the grading side of the house. We spent a lot of time as a team road mapping where we are today and where we want to get to by end of year. So we want to preview that with the folks that are here today. And then we'll kind of do a follow-up with folks that weren't at Mobile Disrupt or how to lead the conference early. And then we'll give you some insights on what's to come on the back half of the year and events. And so those dates that you need to keep posted on your calendar so we can see you again. Anything else on this one? Okay. Well, you know, it wouldn't be a CTI party if I didn't read you guys the antitrust do's and don'ts. I wish I could. I wish I could sing this, but you don't want that. One day maybe I'll rap it, but it is CTI's policy to comply fully with the antitrust laws. To ensure compliance, it is important that CTI employees and the representative CTI member companies be familiar with these laws and follow the checklist of antitrust do's and don'ts when participating in CTI-sponsored activities. Of course, the list you see is not exhaustive and is not a substitute for the advice of CTI's legal counsel or any other legal counsel. This is my plug, and I'm going to keep plugging it until we have 100% registration in CPWG. When I get to the events, my favorite thing, especially with this meeting, is like, are you going to be at Mobile Disrupt? Are you coming to our meeting? What meeting?
It's because you're not in CPWG. So if you're not getting any emails from us and you're not getting our event invites, please be sure to register. If you've been holding off because you don't participate in a working group, there is a generic group you can subscribe to, RLSQ programs. So really just need you guys in there so we can stop realizing that you're not receiving our invites and missing you at our face-to-face get-togethers. So plug for anyone who is not in CPWG today. Kind of went through this, but this is the lineup for today. Really wish we had the game because we wanted to make it interactive and maybe one will practice towards the end. But I guess we're going to keep it all business and then make some good progress today since we're all in person.
Marin, do you mind if we do like a round of introductions?
Oh, no, I was going to get there. Sorry. Here we go. This is our footprint of industry member companies. We have grown since the last time we were together. We did welcome Mayway and Phone Check since our Seattle meeting, Magnacom as leadership council. And so with that, I do want to go around the room and do introductions. Why don't we start in the back, Michelle, and we can maybe start with George. Are you in? We'll start with the last row, and we'll.
I'm running.
Loop it around.
I'm running now. That's my trick. Can I just get a round of applause for Marin being back for her first in person?
Thank you.
I'm so
Thank you.
happy that she's back. You
I'm
have
very happy
no
to be back.
idea.